Hey everyone, this is What If Fan bringing you another part of What If There Was a Different Luffy. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Please make sure to support the creator. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Also, a quick update, this story What If There Was a Different Luffy is going on hold soon, as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be on this channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if reborn as Gohan in future timeline? I will be setting up a poll for this, so please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next on the channel. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 461, The Wano War 01. Third-person POV. New word. The sounds of battle echoed throughout Onigashima, mingling with the growls of beasts on both sides, the cries of men, explosions, and the clash of bullets and swords. Entire areas were destroyed as Akuma no Mi powers were unleashed without restraint. At that moment, Kaido entered the skull-shaped island, surveying his surroundings. He could feel through his haki that things weren't going well for his side. Slowly, he turned his attention to Luffy standing before him. "So, your fleet is here," Kaido said, grabbing his kanabo and slamming it forcefully against the ground. He was finally ready to fight, determined to deal with the Straw Hat once and for all. Luffy faced him with a confident smile. "Let's end this, Kaido," Luffy said, and in the next moment, he unsheathed Enma and Ace, facing his opponent. That weapon. Kaido looked at Enma, more surprised by it than by the sword once wielded by Roger, having seen Luffy use it during the war. Both remained silent as all sides braced themselves for battle. On the battlefield, alongside some of Luffy's crewmates, stood Big Mom, her children, and allies such as Germa 66. On Kaido's side were the two disasters, 5 of the Tobarapo, and most of the main members, while the rest of his group clashed against the horde of beasts and men. Everyone stared at each other, waiting for the first move. Big Mom wanted to fight Luffy but couldn't ignore the powerful Straw Hat crew members. She prepared to face them, with Kaido raising his kanabo. In the next moment, both Luffy and Kaido charged at each other. Luffy wielded his swords, striking against Kaido's weapon. Both weapons were imbued not only with armament haki but also with Conqueror's haki, which exploded at that moment. Energy bolts from the clash quickly spread in all directions as everyone tried to shield themselves from the vortex of energy. Kaido and Luffy seemed evenly matched. "Looks like we can't lag behind. After all, there are plenty of opponents for us to face here," Zoro said, now tying his bandana on his head and placing a sword in his mouth, ready to fight. "My family is here," Reiju commented, her gaze falling on her brothers and father nearby. But her eyes landed on the blonde figure standing a bit apart from them, Sanji, her youngest brother, who looked at her seriously, seemingly conflicted. "Leave. You'd better get out of here," Yamato said, urging a companion to retreat, as this battle was too overwhelming with so many dangerous enemies present. "I can help too," the person insisted, unwilling to leave after coming so far, especially as things were going well for the fleet invading Onigashima. "Let's go," Lucy said, her hair waving like everyone else's due to the shockwaves from Luffy and Kaido's ongoing clash. She slammed a fist into her palm, smiling at Big Mom, who glared at her with disdain. "I don't like the way you look at me, brat." Big Mom growled. Zeus and Prometheus perched on her shoulders. Lami activated his ability, preparing to fight the room's enemies. "Hey, old hag. I think I'm your opponent," Zoro said, stepping in front of Lucy and confronting Big Mom. The Yonko glared at him. "You attacked me earlier. I think it's time I return the favor, especially since Kaido was already dealing with the captain," he said, charging at her without warning. Big Mom simply raised her sword imbued with a soul and struck at Zoro, clashing against his 3 haki-coated swords and Conqueror's haki. In the next moment, a second Yonko-level battle erupted on that side. The entire room was affected by the force of 2 clashes imbued with Conqueror's haki, shaking the entire place. "This," they murmured in awe. "Don't get distracted. They're coming." King exclaimed. In front of them, Yamato emerged, lifting her kanabo infused with Conqueror's Haki, charging at King and Jack in that corner. Do all of them have the ability to imbue their attacks with Conqueror's Haki? King couldn't help but think, a hint of terror in his mind. What kind of crew had so many members capable of using abilities that only those at or above Yonko level, with rare exceptions, could wield? However, he couldn't think too much about it, as Yamato's attack came at him at that moment, forcing him to retreat from her strength as the icy explosion reverberated throughout the room. Reiju is coming, her older brother exclaimed, and the next moment, Reiju appeared, engulfed in fiery red phoenix flames, charging toward them. Lami didn't stay behind either, advancing against the three most powerful siblings of the Charlotte family. Meanwhile, Lucy stood still, waiting for someone to attack her, but her eyes were focused on a specific group from Kaido's forces, the Tobarapo. Kaido continued clashing fiercely with Luffy, while the Straw Hat grinned at him. "You're trying that hard," Luffy taunted. Kaido didn't appreciate being underestimated, but suddenly, he felt his body being thrown back as an explosion erupted near Luffy. "He's using the multiplication fruit," Kaido murmured, having no time to react before his body was hurled backward, crashing against the walls of the room and disappearing from sight. "Boss Kaido." King looked on in shock, only to be taken aback as Yamato charged at them again. "Kaido!" Black Maria screamed. Just as she shielded herself from an incoming attack, Lucy had stretched her arm for a Haki-infused punch, deciding to engage the Tobarapo now that Zoro was holding his ground against Big Mom. Altai, Who's Who, and Sasaki readied themselves for battle as they saw Black Maria flung back by Lucy's punch. Kaido felt his body hurtling through Onagashima's walls, breaking them one by one until he finally stopped, gritting his teeth in frustration. In the distance, Luffy was already in the last destroyed area, following him. Luffy stepped through the cloud of smoke, entering a seemingly calm spot. "You brat!" Kaido emerged, his body glowing blue as he activated his hybrid dragon transformation. "Kaido, by the end of this war, you'll lose your title as the world's strongest creature," Luffy said, his skin beginning to glow purple as he assumed his hybrid form as well, chaos flames erupting around him. Kaido stared at him seriously, his weapon trembling in the room's tension, while Luffy held his two blades steady. Both weapons were coated with Conqueror's Haki, shaking with immense power, something Kaido also did, now even stronger than before. In the next moment, they charged at each other without another word, clashing once again. "Daitoku Raimei Hack!" Kaido roared, his kanabo surging with purple lightning, unleashing an attack even more powerful than Raimei Hack thanks to his hybrid form. "Chaos Twin Blade Slash!" Luffy declared as his blades glowed with chaos flames. Their attacks collided, creating an explosion even greater than before, devastating the entire area. Onigashima trembled more violently than ever, and everyone felt the intensity of the battle. The force spread across all the battlefields at that moment. "They're taking this seriously, so I can't fall behind, don't you think, Big Mom?" Zoro commented with a smile, as Big Mom growled at him. Unable to steal his soul, she had no choice but to rely on brute strength. But in the end, she couldn't defeat Zoro in their clash, which became a source of frustration for her. Both forces reached their confrontation's peak, resulting in a massive explosion of power as Big Mom and Zoro were pushed back a few meters. "Mama, are you okay? Mama, should we destroy him?" Zeus and Prometheus exclaimed beside her, concerned and surprised that such a small man could go toe-to-toe with her attack. "Zeus, Prometheus, launch an attack!" Big Mom ordered, and both nodded, beginning to unleash fire and lightning toward Zoro. Zoro saw the fire and lightning coming his way and quickly dodged, slashing or using Sara to avoid the blows. However, at one moment, they managed to create an opening. Big Mom noticed this and hurled her sword, Napoleon, into the air, generating a massive impact as she advanced on Zoro. Fire and lightning converged toward him, exploding with full force with Zoro at its center. The entire room shook violently at that moment. "Zoro!" Lucy murmured as she continued fighting against the Tobarapo. But, in the next moment, a red explosion erupted from the destroyed area. Eyes glowed through the smoke, and Big Mom looked surprised, preparing herself to face an opponent who wouldn't fall so easily. On the contrary, he was gearing up for a counterattack. Suddenly, red energy radiated from where Zoro was, his eyes glowing crimson in that area. He wielded the power of his sword, imbued with the strength of Odin. In the next instant, a powerful explosion appeared above Big Mom, leaving her sword, the cloud, and Prometheus, the sun, equally astonished, along with the Yonko herself. Onigashima lit up in that moment, and everyone in the room could only witness the force of the impact. A slash, reminiscent of the Straw Hat Crew's entrance, tore through part of the skull-shaped structure, slicing down its side and gleaming slightly in the sunset. The entire island trembled even more as Luffy and Kaido's battle raged on. Amid the explosion, Zoro emerged, surrounded by red energies. The power still emanated from his sword after the attack, leaving a visible opening to the outside of Onigashima from the room, a clean slash that extended from the roof down to his line of sight where he had aimed. Big Mom, still standing amidst the smoke, growled as she watched Zoro walk calmly through the destruction. His body showed few apparent injuries from her last attack, but at the same time, she noticed a massive gash across her chest. "I can't deny it, this sword is quite useful," Zoro murmured, glancing at his blade, which seemed to carry the essence of Odin. "You damned brat!" Big Mom shouted furiously, feeling something she rarely experienced, pain. Someone had finally managed to wound her significantly. "It seems things are getting quite interesting here." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. Someone was walking calmly toward the center of the area. Big Mom turned to the side, and upon seeing who was approaching, she ignored Zoro and widened her eyes in shock. Katakuri, who was battling Lami and using his Machi no Mi to manipulate the environment with its awakened state, also stopped his attack, surprised to see who had arrived. The same reaction came from his siblings, who stood in stunned silence. "Mama! How is this possible?" Many of Big Mom's children murmured. They were all stunned to see someone identical to Big Mom but clearly younger, resembling the photos from Whole Cake Island that depicted her in her youth. Big Mom was even more bewildered, sensing through her haki the presence of someone she hadn't perceived in a long time. Her eyes narrowed. "Lola? Is that you?" she asked, both confused and frustrated. The young woman, with pink hair and a much slimmer figure than everyone remembered, walked calmly while holding a hammer. "It's been a while since I've seen you, Mama," Lola said with a cheerful smile. Chapter 462, The Wano War 02. Third-person POV. New word. Explosions were occurring all over Onigashima at this moment as the island trembled under the clash between Luffy and Kaido, while the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's forces still tried to hold back the enemy advance. The pirates were attempting to deal with the people of Wano on one side of the island with 20,000 soldiers, while at the Skull's entrance, the Straw Hat Fleet was steadily gaining ground against 40,000 soldiers, having already left the port and advanced deeper into the island. It was clear they were doing their best to stop the Straw Hat Fleet's progress. A bolt of lightning suddenly surged through the battlefield, striking all the beast pirates who had transformed into monsters. They began to feel their bodies slowing down. "What's happening?" they thought sluggishly, moving with difficulty under the effect of Foxy's lightning. At that moment, Foxy's pirates quickly launched their attack, utilizing the 6 styles of the Navy. Elsewhere, Bellamy pummeled enemies with his spring-loaded punches, easily defeating each beast. At the same time, his fists were coated in haki as he used Saro and Jeppo to maneuver, his crew close behind, fighting fiercely against the beast pirates. Dory and Bragi, along with a group of other giants, made the battlefield quake. Each strike, whether with fists or weapons, caused explosions across the area. Dory and Bragi, being the most powerful giants present, unleashed devastating slashes that obliterated entire regions, sending debris flying everywhere. Although their bounties did not yet fully reflect their power, each was strong enough to be worth billions of berries at this moment. In a nearby area, hundreds of beasts had been turned to stone. Hancock created hearts with her ability, firing heart-shaped arrows, while the Amazon shot haki-infused arrows. The second group, led by Margareth, also advanced. Using haki, every arrow they shot struck down a beast, killing them instantly. Queen was supposed to be helping lead the troops but was instead occupied, fending off Hugo in his hybrid form. Hugo's body was covered in rocks and crystals from his Titan transformation, and he was giving the dinosaur before him no chance to rest. Meanwhile, the beasts led by Greg, the giant gorilla, and Page 1, leading the dinosaurs, continued to crush the beast pirates. More and more enemies were being wiped out. In a short time, Kaido's army had lost a significant portion of its numbers, unable to withstand the advance of the Straw Hat fleet. Alongside Hugo, other key members of the Straw Hat crew were also making their moves. Vivi and Nami created hurricanes that ravaged the area, hurling countless enemies into the air as the winds destroyed everything in their path. Frankie launched combined attacks with Baby 5, mowing down enemies with gunfire. Shirahoshi advanced with her lance, defeating opponent after opponent as she channeled Haki through her trident, swimming through the air using Jeppo and Saro to strike before her opponents could react to her incredible speed. At that moment, a colossal figure began to rise in the middle of the battlefield, dominating the space above the war as a pink dragon appeared. "It's a dragon," the enemies shouted, horrified. Rebecca had used her devil fruit to transform into a dragon as massive as Kaido. All the beast pirates' soldiers were stunned. "This is what we saw in the newspapers. It's like Kaido. She has power like Kaido's," they exclaimed in disbelief. In the next instant, Rebecca opened her mouth, unleashing an explosive breath that devastated the entire area, taking down at least 1,000 soldiers in a single blast. Another notable advance came from Yuta, who punched through each beast with overwhelming strength, destroying them with Haki-infused blows. Simultaneously, she continued to sing, affecting thousands of soldiers who hadn't yet been defeated, as they were protected by the Haki of Big Mom and Kaido. Her singing seemed to emit a similar effect, causing thousands of soldiers to collapse. The fallen soldiers found themselves awakening in a different space, disoriented, until Yuta herself appeared before them, adorned in a fully golden armor. "We're falling, even the strongest among us," observed some of the remaining beast pirates, now utterly hopeless. Chopper had also transformed into his maximum form, equivalent to a giant, making the ground tremble with each step as he fought the beasts with ease. Simultaneously, Bippo joined the battle, ceasing to use his Fuwa no Mi powers and instead shifting into his Sulong form. Alongside other minks also in the heat of battle, he defeated every beast, showcasing their superiority. Alvita slid across the battlefield, using her Lisa fruit to glide as if skating. She struck every opponent in her path with her mace, creating a true bloodbath. Robin launched attacks reminiscent of her feats in Marineford, generating thousands of fingers firing Shergon at machine gun speed, surpassing even the combined attacks of Frankie and Baby 5. Enel watched the scene with disdain, feeling slightly offended at having to deal with what he considered trivial, mere lackeys. Deciding to shake the island once and for all, he raised his hands, beginning to generate lightning. "Enel, don't even think about it." Suddenly, Luffy's voice echoed throughout Onigashima, even as he battled Kaido at that moment. Amplifying his tone, he caused Enel to raise an eyebrow and hesitate. Luffy had ordered him to hold back his most powerful attacks, which could destroy the entire place, as they needed him to use them at a later time. Reluctantly, Enel released a powerful bolt of lightning, devastating thousands of beasts at once with the energy from his body. Meanwhile, Brook advanced, laughing his characteristic laugh, freezing every beast he encountered in his path. Bonnie fought fiercely as well, creating enormous arms coated with Haki, imitating the technique she had heard of from Luffy, who fought as Nika. Domino wielded her whip, dominating her battle with ease thanks to her current strength. Monet summoned a blizzard, while Perona sent out her ghosts, armed with a wand that had been transformed into a weapon coated with Haki. Her attacks left enemies depressed and incapable of escape. Jinbei and Hatch continued their advance, successfully confronting the main members of both Kaido's army and Big Mom's allies with their fishman techniques or swordsmanship. Meanwhile, all the fleets advanced, refusing to lag behind. The enemy pirates grew desperate in the face of such a numerous and powerful force. The fleets involved were Kuja Pirates, led by Boa Hancock. Second ship of the Kuja Pirates, led by Margareth. Foxy Pirates, led by Foxy. Bellamy Pirates, led by Bellamy. Barto Club Pirates, led by Bartolomeo. Shandian Warriors, led by Wiper. Dinosaur Fleets, led by Page 1. Giant Animal Fleets, led by Greg, Giant Gorilla. Giant Warriors of Elbath, led by Dory and Broggy. Grand Tesoro Crew, led by Guild Tesoro. Hapo Armada, led by Chinjo. Grand Yanta Maria Fleet, led by Orlumbus. Idio Pirates, led by Idio. Beautiful Pirates, led by Cavendish. Dressrosa Giant Pirates, led by Hadrudin. Deep Sea Pirates, led by Ryujin. Angel City Warriors, led by Eleutheria. Black Claw Pirates, led by Zane. Iron Corsairs, led by Pharaoh. Thunder Pirates of the South, led by Rado. Wind Rebel Cutters, led by Gale. Ice Dragons, led by Glacius. Sand Corsairs, led by Dune. Storm Travelers, led by Typhoon. Black Hawks, led by Falker. The battle on Onigashima became increasingly one-sided. Neither Kaido nor Big Mom could have foreseen such a situation. With more and more of their 40,000 soldiers being eliminated, the enemy quickly lost control. The advance of the pirates and the growing despair began to erode the morale of the opposing army. Even though Queen attempted to lead and stabilize the troops, he was being overwhelmed and could barely resist the strength of any member of the Straw Hat crew. However, enraged, Queen quickly stood up, coating his attack with haki before delivering a blow. "You think you can take me down that easily?" he roared, sending his opponent flying with the impact. Blood trickled down Hugo's face as he stood up, staring at his opponent with an intrigued look. "Well, it seems you know how to do more than just take a beating," he murmured with a defiant smile, readying himself for the next clash. "Enough, it's time to take this seriously," Queen declared. After all, he hadn't yet unleashed his full strength. Despite bleeding, his body was incredibly resilient, as expected of the second strongest of the calamities. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Onigashima, the battle raged on fiercely. The blood-soaked advanced against the crowd while the Straw Hats led their main members. There were still about 20,000 pirates trying to hold them back. The Allies had already pushed through most of them but were surprised to find the people of Wano wielding weapons and fighting skillfully. Though not as strong, they still posed a challenge. The pirates had expected to find an army weakened by the famine that plagued the country, but this wasn't the case. Thus, the advance continued, with the defenders trying to stop them. The sheer number of enemies remained an obstacle, but the combined efforts of the Straw Hats and their allies paved the way, making the fight much easier. Kid, on the other hand, was also vying for the spotlight, determined to reach Kaido, though it seemed like a distant dream as Luffy continued his battle with the Yonko. Suddenly, a devastating attack erupted in that area, tearing through the walls and causing massive destruction. A part of Onagashima's skull was sliced apart by a single strike. Meanwhile, on the other front, Queen began countering all of Hugo's attacks and gaining ground against him. However, this shifted when a clash of two blades sent a shockwave in his direction, barely allowing him to dodge. Frustrated, he turned to see who had attacked him. At that moment, Dory and Broggy approached, their hands coated in haki. "Hey, little one, leave him to us," Dory said. "I agree with Dory. He's our opponent now," Broggy stated confidently. Hugo looked at them with frustration but realized he had no choice. In the end, he had to conserve his strength. Besides, he had to admit that the giants were far stronger than when they had first met in Little Garden, surpassing their past power and now ranking among the mightiest of the main crew members. While this unfolded, Luffy faced Kaido, their battle of hakis and weapons continuing. "Things aren't looking too good for you, Kaido," Luffy taunted as their blades clashed, each trying to overpower the other. Both were in their hybrid forms, striving to outdo one another. Kaido growled but said nothing, his full focus on the battle. Even as he saw his crew falling, he was determined to defeat Monkey D. Luffy. They paused momentarily, the ground still trembling from the force of their attacks, as well as from the battles raging elsewhere. They stepped back, staring at each other from a distance, preparing to strike again. However, Luffy acted first, amplifying his voice to be heard by all. "Lami, let's wrap this up quickly," Luffy exclaimed. "I want everyone in their strategic positions, as we planned. It's time to end this cleanly," he commanded confidently, sensing that most of the war would soon be resolved, leaving only the key opponents for him to face. Lami, still in the chamber fighting Katakuri and his siblings, heard Luffy's call. She quickly nodded and raised her hand, activating her ability as the room began to cover all of Onigashima. At that moment, she started shifting the positions of various individuals, placing each with their respective opponents. The battlefield was rearranged in a terrifyingly precise manner, ensuring that Luffy could minimize casualties while consolidating their advantage. Chapter 463, The Wano War 03. Third-person POV. New word. At the moment Lami managed to control the entire battlefield, Luffy realized she had complete control of the battlefield, taking charge to execute any strategy she envisioned. This made her extremely powerful with the Awoke no Mi, as she could alter any scenario to favor her allies as she pleased. She couldn't affect people with haki stronger than hers, but she could position the crew against the right opponents. Quickly, she began to make changes. After all, Luffy wanted to balance the fight, ensuring each crew member faced their own adversary. Yamato, who was fighting King and Jack, suddenly disappeared, swapping places with Zoro, and reappearing in front of Big Mom. Meanwhile, Zoro reappeared in front of King as his new opponent. Hugo also emerged beside Zoro, as his opponent was Jack. The last Calamity, however, was still at Onagashima's entrance and continued to battle Dori and Broggy. Yamato looked at Big Mom, who returned her gaze with a strange expression, narrowing her eyes at her. "Are you Kaido's daughter?" she asked in a serious tone. Yamato struck her kanabo against the ground and smiled. "Yes, I am. And I am your opponent," she replied with determination. "Don't forget about me too." Shishi. Luffy's voice echoed beside her as he appeared next to Yamato, taking a fighting stance and looking at Big Mom with his characteristic grin. Katakuri narrowed his eyes as Lami appeared before him, still influencing the entire battlefield. She said nothing, merely observing him as her opponent, preparing to begin the fight. Smoothie was startled to see Lola reappear in front of her. The long-lost sister appeared, her looks resembling a young Big Mom. "Lola!" Smoothie murmured, surprised that she too wanted to be her opponent. After all, Lola had always been considered weak, even before her escape, a failure. "It looks like I'm your opponent, sister," Lola said, staring at Smoothie with a smile as she rested her hammer on her shoulder after twirling it. Earlier, Lola had asked Luffy to let her face one of her stronger siblings, wishing to prove she was now strong. For this, she chose the second most powerful family member as her challenge, Smoothie. Meanwhile, Cracker saw Kuina appear as she cancelled Shiva's transformation, maintaining a calm form as she selected one of her swords to use against him. As for the Tobarapo, with 4 still remaining, they were confronted by Robin, Perona, Domino, and Monet, each appearing in front of one of them. The fights began instantly, and the central area of Onigashima quickly became a chaotic battlefield with numerous key battles occurring simultaneously. Reiju continued facing her family, effortlessly kicking each of her brothers. She advanced toward the last one, who was her father, but before she could attack, Sanji appeared, enveloped in blue flames, stepping in to face him. Reiju defended herself with her knees. "Sanji!" Reiju murmured. "Reiju," he replied, recognizing his sister. Quickly, the two clashed, launching red and blue flames in an intense exchange of kicks and strikes. Meanwhile, the remaining Straw Hat crew members appeared before the enemy subleaders. The Beast Pirates and Big Mom's crew were being confronted by the Straw Hat's main members with ease. However, not all the main Straw Hat members were fighting. Nami, Vivi, Frankie, Enel, and Usopp stayed out of the battles while the others advanced, fighting lackeys and dominating the skirmishes. At the same time, both the Straw Hat fleet and Wano's army kept advancing, facing Kaido and Big Mom's subordinates, gaining more ground with each step, leaving thousands of fallen soldiers and destruction in their wake. In another part of Onigashima, several sections of the outer wall began exploding as Luffy and Kaido fought fiercely in their hybrid forms. They exchanged blows, abandoning their weapons, turning the fight into a brutal competition of punches and kicks infused with haki. As they progressed floor by floor, they destroyed everything in their path, affecting even other battles around them, forcing combatants to evade the consequences of the clash between the two Yonkou. On the roof of Onigashima, an explosion echoed as Luffy's and Kaido's conquerors' hakis clashed violently, generating shockwaves throughout the area. "What's the matter, Kaido? Did you think it'd be so easy to defeat me after what happened at Marineford?" Luffy shouted, throwing a punch so fast Kaido barely managed to react. Luffy used Sorrow to move faster than the dragon had anticipated, landing a devastating blow that sent Kaido crashing into one of the massive stones on Onagashima's roof, generating an explosion that shook the structure. Kaido emerged moments later, looking frustrated. A line of blood trickled down his chin, proof that the attack had hurt him. "Don't get cocky, brat!" Kaido roared, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. He seemed irritated, yet determined, as if he was beginning to relish his confrontation with the Straw Hat. At the same time, Luffy smiled defiantly, eager for the fight to continue. Both enveloped their bodies in haki and charged at each other once more. The area exploded around them from the sheer force of their blows, turning the battle into a spectacle of destruction. They seemed like two bolts of lightning streaking across the rooftop, both glowing purple, colliding repeatedly and generating explosions that devastated the surroundings. The battles below raged on, but now the explosions caused by Luffy and Kaido's clash dominated the scene. The chaos was overwhelming, with the roof and walls of Onagashima's skull trembling and cracking. "You know, you're so arrogant that you never actually awakened your fruit. You've never faced anyone stronger than you. Without a rival to push you, you never grew, never evolved," Luffy said, landing another punch on Kaido's face, breaking through his defenses and gaining the upper hand in the exchange. The impact dented the Yonko's face, sending him flying once more and leaving a trail of blood behind. Kaido stood up again, frustrated yet again. Luffy's words were no lies. He had never fully awakened the power of his fruit because he had never needed to. He had always been strong enough to crush any threat before it forced him to evolve. He was considered the strongest creature in the world, and that status had made him complacent. "You're incredibly annoying." Kaido's voice echoed, filled with rage. He seemed to finally be taking Luffy seriously. At that moment, Kaido fully transformed into his blue dragon form. He began to ascend into the sky, swimming through the clouds forming over Onigashima. His eyes shone with determination as he stared down at Luffy from above. Kaido then opened his mouth, concentrating his power. A devastating breath of flames was unleashed directly toward Luffy, intended to obliterate the Straw Hat and see if he could escape it. Luffy remained silent, watching Kaido charge his fiery breath. The sky above Onigashima glowed intensely, as the sun had already set, leaving the battlefield illuminated only by fire and destruction. The flames surged toward Luffy, and the entire area exploded in smoke, shattering everything around. It appeared Luffy hadn't been able to avoid the attack. Kaido watched silently, his narrowed eyes fixed on the explosion's epicenter. Moments later, a purple glow began to emerge from the smoke. The glow grew, then erupted into flames reaching the sky, revealing a colossal creature. Luffy, now in his Ifrit form, blasted the ground with his feet as he roared at Kaido. "Ruoer. Alright, Kaido. Let's take this fight to the next level," Luffy declared calmly in his Ifrit form. In the next instant, both advanced, initiating a battle between titans. Kaido launched another breath of flames toward Luffy, who gathered chaos fire in his own mouth. Luffy unleashed a counter-breath. On one side, a chaotic purple fireball from Ifrit, on the other, a red fireball from Kaido. The two attacks collided, generating an explosion so intense that it illuminated the entire horizon, visible even to the people in Wano. The blast shook a vast area of Onagashima's rooftop, making everyone feel the sheer magnitude of the fight. Kaido, still in the heat of battle, unleashed consecutive slashing wind attacks, determined not to give Luffy an easy moment while glowing in his draconic form. However, before Kaido could fully react, Luffy endured the attacks and surged forward, emerging from the explosion as the cuts Kaido created struck his skin before dissipating. Luffy vanished using Sorrow in his 50-meter-tall Ifrit form, and Kaido attempted to evade by moving to the side. But to his surprise, he felt Luffy grab his tail. Before Kaido could respond, Ifrit dragged him downward and slammed him into the ground with immense force. The impact caused Kaido to spin and smash his face against the rooftop, triggering a massive explosion that cracked the entire area. But Luffy didn't stop there. He yanked Kaido back and hurled him to the other side. Repeatedly, Luffy swung Kaido around, with the dragon struggling to break free. This continued until Luffy released him, sending Kaido crashing into one of Onagashima's giant horns, nearly splitting it in half. The sheer force of the collision shook the entire island once again, causing the battles nearby to pause momentarily as the combatants glanced upward. "Looks like Luffy's having fun up there," Yamato remarked while still fighting Big Mom alongside Lucy. "You're right. Let's send this old hag up there too," Lucy declared. Big Mom gritted her teeth, visibly irritated as she struggled to fend off the two. She was having a hard time, and quickly tried to counterattack. However, both were far too quick. Yamato, in her hybrid form, had elevated her physical abilities to an even more impressive level than usual. Lucy, meanwhile, used her Gear 4 Snakeman form, significantly increasing his speed as he faced the powerful Yonko. Big Mom tried to strike them again, but before she realized it, Lucy and Yamato had already evaded her attacks from Prometheus and Napoleon. Suddenly, they both appeared directly in front of her. Lucy landed a powerful punch to Big Mom's stomach, while Yamato swung her kanabo, causing a crushing pain that made Big Mom double over. "Is that all you've got, old hag?" Lucy taunted as Big Mom was sent flying backward, crashing into walls and breaking everything in her path. The Yonko charged forward in a frenzy but was soon launched into the sky, smashing through several layers of Onigashima. She collided with the island ceiling, where Kaido and Luffy were continuing their colossal battle. Chapter 464, The Wano War 04. Third-person POV. New word. The explosions continued in Onigashima as the battles intensified. Luffy was facing Kaido in his beast form so far, while both flame users' explosions clashed against each other. Meanwhile, Yamato and Lucy were taking Big Mom to the rooftop of the island, where they would have a more open fight against the strongest woman in the world. Intense flashes lit up the sky as red and purple flames exploded in the confrontation between Kaido's dragon form and Monkey D. Luffy's Ifrit. Even the people of Wano, not only those living along the country's coast but also those further inland, in Kuri, Udon, Ringo, Hakamai, the flower capital, and even Kibi without the mountain in front, could see the sky glowing in the distance. Many put their hands together in prayer. "Please, deliver us from the beast pirates. Save Wano from the evil dragon. Protect our loved ones. May they return in glory. May Wano be freed once and for all." These were the prayers of the citizens all over Wano, worried about their brothers, children, fathers, and mothers who might be caught in that infernal battle, while they hoped for the Straw Hats' victory without knowing exactly what was happening there. The explosions continued to echo across the island as Onigashima entered a brutal battle, despite the fact that the only fight visible to them was the clash of the Yonko. Meanwhile, not only the people of Wano were watching the fight from a distance. Outside Onigashima, below the waterfalls surrounding the country, a group of 8 ships was sailing at sea level beneath Wano, hidden among the peaks surrounding the island, observing from afar with telescopes and Den Mushi recording the situation. The symbol on the ships indicated that they belonged to the world government. On board, several agents dressed in black suits kept their eyes on the explosions visible even from a distance. Reporting. The battle has begun. "The Straw Hats are fighting Big Mom and Kaido's pirates in Onigashima," said one agent, speaking through a Den Mushi. "Understood," replied a cold, authoritative voice from the other end of the line, belonging to an elderly man. He continued, "I want all CP0 agents present to advance to Onigashima. I need detailed information on everything that's happening in real time." The masked CP0 agents on board the ship simply nodded in silence. They left the ships, swiftly advancing toward Wano's territory, soaring through the skies using Jeppo. "Report any new developments," ordered the voice on the Den Mushi. "Yes, sir. We will report any updates," the agent responded before ending the transmission. Back in Mary Geo's, in the open hall of Pangaea Castle, the 5 elders were following the situation through the recently disconnected Den Mushi. One of the Gorosei was observing a map with a pensive expression. There were more Den Mushi on the table, all monitoring the situation. "The battle has been ongoing for only a few minutes, but it seems they've already gone to full-scale war," one of them remarked. The Den Mushi footage from the ship showed the scene above Wano. Although Onigashima itself wasn't visible, beyond the waterfall and the large peak of Wano, the explosions were a clear sign that the fight had begun. It seems the Straw Hats advanced through the sky quite efficiently. That cursed power of that Akuma no Mi. One of them muttered, dissatisfied. After all, the Fuwa no Mi was one of the fruits that had caused them the most trouble, especially when combined with the mind of Monkey D. Luffy, who knew how to use it skillfully despite the fruit belonging to one of his subordinates. Kaido didn't even bother to place ships in Wano's Sea. That's allowing our agents to sail with ease and get a good view before the main force arrives, another elder commented, looking at the nighttime image as black clouds seemed to begin gathering above Wano. What should we do now? Shall we begin? Another elder asked. We should summon a meeting with all the kings of the world. I believe it's time to start, before the main spectacle, another one suggested. Yes. The third of them nodded. We can already start discussing the most important topics, and soon they will witness the true power of the world government. Wasting no time, one of them picked up the golden Den Mushi. I want you to summon all the kings for an emergency meeting, he said. Yes, the voice on the other side immediately responded. We are about to witness the future of the world government, but I still want to know what we should do about other matters. After all, we have some intruders in Mary Geos, and 2 admirals are away. Kizaru cannot handle everything alone, St. Marcus Mars said. We'll deploy the Holy Knights. The majority of them are stationed here, St. Shepherd Jupiter suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, there were pests trying to bite them, and they were too concerned with the Yonku battle to deal with them now. The order was immediately passed along through another Den Mushi. The kings were surprised by another call during the reverie, as they had been discussing some matters over the past few days, but nothing of significant importance. The discussions mainly revolved around economics and some marine affairs, without any major revelations. Garp stood at the entrance of the Queen of Goa's room in one of the castles, ensuring that nothing happened to her during her stay. Everything seemed normal until they were summoned to the meeting by government officials, bringing an order from the Gorosei for an almost emergency gathering. A meeting so suddenly. Makino said as she stepped out after dressing, putting on a crown and a robe, her curiosity evident as she looked at Garp. It seems so, something must be happening, Garp murmured with a narrowed gaze. And I was just about to sleep. Dayton grumbled, also stepping out from the room next door. Stop complaining, we must obey the request, Whoop Slap said as he approached. HM? Queen Makino. It's good to see you here already, we can go together, Bandit SNE, another queen from East Blue, said as Makino smiled warmly. Of course, Queen did SNE. We can go together, Makino replied politely, and both made their way out with their guards, advisors, and the Marines, including Garp, accompanying them. Garp. As they reached the meeting place, Garp saw his apprentice standing there. Kobe appeared calm, but Garp noticed his hand clenching repeatedly. Kobe. Garp murmured, allowing the queens to pass first as he looked at his apprentice with a sigh, already understanding why he was so frustrated. This isn't right. Vice Admiral Garp, it shouldn't be like this. Kobe murmured, and Garp was taken aback as he saw Kobe starting to cry. Sorry about this. Garp darkened his expression, placing a hand on Kobe's shoulder. We are supposed to represent justice, Vice Admiral Garp. Why are we just standing by and watching this? This isn't why I joined the Marines. Kobe lifted his gaze, and with no one else around, the pink-haired boy revealed a face distorted with tears, clearly deeply affected. Kobe could hear the voices of Mary Geos through his haki. The loudest thoughts didn't come from the Tenryubito showing off their collections of objects, but from the slaves, those inside the cells of the mansions and those beneath Mary Geos, working tirelessly to keep the city functioning. They pushed levers with all their strength, like the one that had lifted them from the port below the red line. Their pain echoed in Kobe's mind, a trauma painfully similar to what he had experienced during the Marineford War. He hated being there, hearing the suffering of thousands of slaves as they screamed in pain and despair. Even when they weren't being abused or punished, an overwhelming emptiness consumed their minds, making Kobe want to flee, to no longer hear it. He was filled with fear, anger, and confusion. His feelings for the Marines had always been pure, he wanted to be a hero. But now he found himself serving people like the Tenryubito and the world government, knowing that the Marines were merely their subordinates. I know what you mean, Kobe. I want you to endure a little longer. We can talk about this later, but for now, there's nothing we can do against it. Maybe not yet. So I want you to go rest. I'll handle things alone, understood? Garp said, his voice steady. All right, Vice Admiral Garp. He murmured, and Garp began to walk away, leaving Kobe behind. Garp reached Pangaea Castle a moment later, as the kings were continuously entering to attend the meeting. He did not enter the hall. Inside, the kings were seated around a round table, with the Gorosei waiting for each one to take their place. Well, let's begin the meeting. I called you here to start the most important session of this reverie. Most likely, there won't be another one, St. Ethan Baron V. and Ustero announced, drawing the attention of all the rulers. What could be so important that we had to be summoned in the middle of the night? One of the kings asked openly, clearly displeased. That will be explained shortly. For now, let's start with a few important topics, another elder spoke, and the kings refrained from further questioning. After all, they all knew they were beneath these four men, believing that the fifth elder had died, consumed by the comet after the events of Marineford. Unbeknownst to them, St. J. Garcia Saturn was still in the room, checking the Den Den Mushi and the images being received from the 8 ships, preparing to inform the others before transmitting it to all the kings present at the meeting. I want all of you to look at the papers we've placed at each of your seats, St. Topman Warcury instructed, and the kings picked up the sheets, pulling out the first blank page to reveal the second, which displayed the faces of 7 individuals. All the kings were taken aback. Why are we seeing the 7 warlords of the sea? Someone questioned. This will be the first topic. As you all know, after several incidents, such as those in Alabasta and Dressrosa, whose representatives, by the way, are not present here, we've decided to settle this matter once and for all. Therefore, I am announcing the government's decision to abolish the Shichibukai system. Not only that, but we will also be hunting down all former official members of the program, St. Shepherd Jupiter declared, catching everyone by surprise with such a sudden announcement during a late-night meeting. Meanwhile, St. J. Garcia Saturn continued watching the images calmly until he noticed some men moving strangely toward the rear of one of the ships, with the camera still pointed at Ueno. There's someone approaching on a small boat, they reported in the video. Who is it? No matter, destroy the boat, someone else ordered. Immediately, cannonballs were fired from all the ships, but St. J. Garcia Saturn could no longer see what was happening. What? He's still approaching, the agents exclaimed. Sir, a Den Den Mushi on the table rang, catching the Gorosei's attention as they waited to hear the report. We are under attack. Someone is coming. The agent didn't finish his sentence before the Den Den Mushi lost connection. Simultaneously, the video feed cut out as the transmitting Den Den Mushi went offline. Clearly, all the Den Den Mushi on the ships had been destroyed at once. Could it be that they've discovered us? One of the Gorosei asked in surprise. At the same time, amidst the sea of wreckage, the waters were littered with pieces of destroyed ships, while a small boat sailed calmly through the debris. Government pests, so be it. They've all been destroyed, and now I can finally head toward the battle as well. I've been waiting to fight you, Monkey D. Luffy. The older voice spoke with a firm tone as the figure approached Ueno. He was an unexpected player in the middle of the war, but powerful enough to rival the strongest. His destination was the rooftop of Onigashima. Chapter 465, The Ueno War 05. Third-person POV. New word. Curse you all. Big Mom exclaimed as she flew through the air. Yamato and Lucy were both fighting her, Yamato in her hybrid form, and Lucy in her Gearforth, Snakeman form. Big Mom raised her sword as she saw Kaido's daughter charging toward her, deflecting the sword strike with her kanabo. Immediately, both weapons exploded with haki, wreaking havoc across the area, creating chaos as their conquerors' haki clashed fiercely, neither side yielding. Incredible! Lucy murmured, approaching them. Something fascinating was happening. None of their strikes were making physical contact. It will take you 100 years to defeat me, brat, Big Mom growled, trying to push Yamato away. I will defeat you. Yamato snarled, holding her ground against the Yonko. Don't forget about me. At that moment, Lucy appeared, stretching her arm forward. Her fist zigzagged through the air before landing a powerful punch on Charlotte Lean's side, catching her off guard. Ah! Big Mom screamed, surprised, as she was sent flying down to the rooftop. Her body carved into the ground, creating a crater as she crashed. Big Mom stood up, visibly enraged and slightly injured. Zeus, Prometheus! I need you here, she yelled, realizing she was at a disadvantage fighting both Yamato and Lucy simultaneously. We're coming, Mama. The voices of the two homies echoed as they emerged from the hole created by Big Mom's fall, flying toward her. Let's finish these two once and for all. Big Mom shouted as Zeus and Prometheus prepared to fight. Yamato and Lucy watched as Big Mom jumped onto Zeus. The cloud, previously white, darkened to black with lightning crackling around it. Meanwhile, Prometheus burned hotter, shedding his usual innocent expression and transforming into something menacing. Let's go! Lucy exclaimed, charging at Big Mom. Yamato followed, unleashing her attack, Raime Hack. But Big Mom wasn't going to let them get close this time. Riding Zeus, she moved swiftly through the air, preparing a devastating thunderstrike. Prometheus, meanwhile, unleashed another fiery explosion as they neared. The attacks clashed, causing massive destruction across the entire area as both sides struck relentlessly. It looks like things are getting pretty interesting over there. Luffy's voice came from Ifrit, though his lips didn't move. He was on a different part of Onagashima's rooftop, facing Kaido. Kaido, in his dragon form, glared at the beast before him, teeth clenched. Red and purple flames spread across the rooftop, with Ifrit standing amidst them. You truly are a worthy opponent. I'll show you why they call me the strongest creature in the world, Kaido declared, his mouth unmoving in his dragon form. Maybe you'll lose that title today, Kaido, Luffy taunted. Don't think this fight is over yet, Kaido said as he started to move swiftly through the air. He flew to the edge of Onagashima and began circling it, creating clouds. Slowly, he wrapped the entire island in his clouds. Luffy watched intently, fully aware of what Kaido was doing, yet he made no effort to stop him. With Kaido's clouds surrounding it, all of Onagashima began to tremble and rise from the water, leaving the ships behind as the island ascended into the air. Let's make this fight more interesting. I'll crash this island right into the flower capital, Kaido announced. Ifrit watched for a moment, a mischievous grin forming. He seemed entertained by Kaido's plan. I doubt it will last long, Kaido, Luffy mocked. He knew this fight wouldn't drag on, confident that he could control Onagashima with Bippo and Lamy if necessary. Kaido then opened his mouth, preparing to unleash his fiery breath at Luffy mid-air. However, Luffy didn't respond with another blast of fire like before. Instead, he bent his knees, pressing his feet into the ground beneath him, which cracked under the pressure. What truly changed, though, was his back. A purple light shimmered across it. Dark wings began to emerge, spreading wide. In the next instant, Luffy shattered the ground beneath him and launched himself toward the dragon, his enormous form disappearing as he accelerated at breakneck speed using the Moa Moa no Mi. Kaido was surprised when, in the middle of charging his attack, Luffy appeared right in front of him. At that moment, he couldn't do anything as the punch struck his jaw, forcing him to lift his head and release his attack upward while trying to recover, shocked by Ifrit's ability to fly. He didn't even have time to react before feeling another blow hit him squarely, causing a sharp headache. Come on, Kaido, let's continue our fight in the sky. It doesn't matter if Onagashima is flying or not, Luffy said calmly as his opponent clenched his teeth. Everyone on the island felt it begin to rise into the sky, trembling as Onagashima moved upward. What is this? Reiju murmured while fighting her brother. Onagashima is flying, Lamy replied while battling Katakuri. He's using the same ability I have, Rebecca murmured, recognizing how Kaido was doing it, a technique she had mastered in Skypiea. Luffy hasn't given any orders about this, so let's just keep fighting, other Straw Hats said, knowing that Luffy would contact them if there was anything important to say about it. Let's go. And so they kept fighting. In the end, it didn't take long for them to defeat all their enemies on the lower floors. Queen flew through the air, his chest bleeding after a slash from Dory and Broggy. "Looks like we've won, Dory," Broggy said, watching the Calamity fall to the ground, bleeding and unconscious. All 40,000 of Kaido's men were defeated on that side, while those who had been transferred to aid Wano's 30,000 warriors also emerged victorious, ending all conflicts on the lower floors of Onigashima. "We've beaten the beast pirates. Let's keep going," they shouted, while the fleet members and main crew continued fighting on the upper floors, with the main battles, except for the captains, taking place there. Meanwhile, Big Mom was still fighting Lucy and Yamato on the rooftop. Despite her overwhelming strength, everything around her seemed on the verge of exploding, but no clear victor had emerged yet. Even though she was under pressure, fighting both opponents at once, Big Mom held her ground, becoming more aggressive with her relentless fury. Suddenly, the sky began to shine intensely, drawing even Lucy's attention. She looked up, surprised. "Brother!" Lucy murmured as a massive shadow appeared in the sky, emerging from the clouds. It was the figure of Luffy in his Ifrit form, facing Kaido, who had transformed into his enormous dragon form behind the dark clouds. Lightning began to crackle, and the temperature rose dramatically due to the pure fire attacks both mythical Zoan users unleashed. Kaido, flying through the skies at high speed, distanced himself from Luffy. Opening his mouth wide, he unleashed a blast of fire toward the ground. Quickly, Luffy flapped his dark wings and used Sorrow, disappearing into thin air and reappearing at a distance. The fire blast shot straight ahead, passing through Onigashima and hitting the sea far away, causing a massive steam explosion on the horizon. Luffy charged toward Kaido again as the dragon spun in the air, unleashing slicing winds that created hundreds of blades cutting through the sky toward his opponent. In response, Luffy formed a massive purple fireball, more than 10 meters in diameter, and hurled it forward with his arm. The fireball exploded into countless small flames that advanced against Kaido's wind blades. The flames and wind collided, causing a massive explosion and clearing the way for Luffy to continue his assault. Kaido, even in his dragon form, felt the powerful impact of Ifrit Luffy's punch once again as he reached him in the sky. The dragon roared furiously. "Damn it! I'm losing to this brat," Kaido thought, gritting his teeth. "I never thought this would be possible." Kaido knew that Luffy was strong, but he hadn't anticipated such an extreme situation. Not even when Luffy had beaten him before, after defeating one of the Gorosei. Back in Marineford, Luffy had unleashed a desperate and special form. But now, he had proven that the young pirate had undergone immense growth in such a short time. Here is the complete translation, maintaining all dialogue, formatting, and narrative flow as requested. "I trained for an entire year to become stronger. I won't lose like this," Kaido roared, determined, as he charged at Luffy once again. Luffy also prepared himself, pulling his arm back and coating his fist with haki. Kaido, in turn, opened his mouth, focusing his haki energy there. Both advanced at the same time, and Luffy's fist and Kaido's mouth clashed in the air. But before they could touch, their conqueror's haki collided, lighting up the entire sky in a golden glow. Shockwaves spread in all directions, shaking all of Onigashima and turning the sky yellow from the intensity of the confrontation. "Well, this looks quite interesting." As the two continued their power struggle, an unexpected voice echoed in the air, breaking the focus of the battle as someone descended from the sky at high speed. An unknown figure landed directly on Kaido's head without difficulty, even as Luffy and Kaido maintained their haki clash. "What?" Both Kaido and Luffy were stunned, turning their gaze to the person who had just appeared. "You?" Kaido murmured, almost in disbelief. He recognized that presence. Luffy, for his part, also stared in astonishment, trying to understand what this person was doing there. The mysterious figure crossed his arms and smiled threateningly. "I heard about this battle between the two of you. I came here to see it for myself. Looks like you're having quite a bit of fun." His voice was calm but serious, and even the two Yonko knew that this person was incredibly powerful, on their level. However, the figure turned to Luffy and, with a piercing look, declared, "Someone challenged me directly. And, so far, you haven't come looking for me. That's a little disappointing." Luffy narrowed his eyes, keeping his attack locked in battle with Kaido, but he remained silent. The figure continued, completely ignoring Kaido. So, I came here myself to find my opponent. The stranger's eyes gleamed with a threatening light as he pointed directly at Luffy. You, Straw Hat. I want to fight you. Stop messing around with Kaido and fight me now. Otherwise. The figure began walking toward the edge of Kaido's head, preparing to jump down to Onigashima, his gaze still locked on Luffy. You and your crew will have serious problems. Don't interfere in my fight, Bullet. Or I'll crush you. Kaido shouted furiously. Bullet, still walking atop the dragon's head, simply smiled mockingly. I'm not afraid of you either, Kaido. I can beat you down if necessary. But I'm not here for you. I came for my true fight. Kaido narrowed his eyes, even more irritated, as Bullet kept his gaze fixed on Luffy. So, what do you say, Straw Hat? Will you face me, or would you prefer to have serious problems? Because if you don't... Bullet's expression darkened. I'll start hunting your crew. The clash of Luffy's and Kaido's haki continued violently, sending shockwaves through the sky. Both adversaries had reached their limit, and in that moment, they separated. Bullet, unaffected by the chaos caused by the haki clash, calmly took one final step off Kaido's head. I'm heading down. I'll wait for you on the rooftop of this flying island. And you'd better hurry. With those words, Bullet leapt off Kaido and dove toward the ground below. Big Mom, Yamato, and Lucy, still locked in their battle, immediately sensed Bullet's powerful presence as he descended toward the island. When his body hit the ground, a massive explosion of dust and smoke erupted. However, in the very next moment, a burst of haki exploded from Bullet, spreading in all directions. The force of the haki made the entire island tremble. All of Onigashima reacted to Bullet's arrival. Chapter 466, The Wano War 06. Third-person POV. New word. The king's haki, at the level of a Yonko, shocked everyone in Onigashima. The oppressive presence could be felt in every corner of the island, and all who sensed it knew the danger it carried. Who is this? Many members of the Straw Hat fleet felt the weight of that presence and were alarmed, though they didn't know the source of the haki. This haki, it reminds me of that guy from the prison. In the upper halls, amidst the wreckage of destroyed rooms, Zoro stood over his fallen opponent, King, who lay on the floor in his pteranodon form. He was badly injured, struggling to rise, his teeth clenched. The swordsman before him was truly powerful. Yet Zoro wasn't even paying attention to him. His gaze was fixed on the sky, his eyes narrowing as he muttered with curiosity. The aura of Bullet was etched into that haki. It was unmistakable. Even Zoro, who had been alongside Luffy at the 6th level of the prison, recognized that menacing presence. As their captain had mentioned before, he wanted to face Bullet, a legend from the past. It was no surprise that Bullet's presence now struck fear into so many. He had arrived, ready to wage war against their captain. Bullet! You're alive, you bastard! And you're here! On the rooftop, Big Mom growled, momentarily ignoring her two opponents, Yamato and Lucy. Her expression shifted to something more cautious, even for someone like her. That man was known as a monster within the crew of the Pirate King, Gold Roger. And for good reason. He was someone everyone needed to be extremely wary of. This Yonko battle had just escalated to another level. The same thought crossed the minds of both women. Lucy and Yamato exchanged glances for a moment. They knew who he was, recalling the chaos of Impel Down, just like Zoro. Bullet continued releasing his haki across the area, an overwhelming wave that made the air itself vibrate. Suddenly, he stopped the pressure, completely ignoring Big Mom. His eyes turned skyward, waiting for his true opponent to finally come and face him. Above, in the sky, Kaido and Luffy were also watching the scene unfold below. Luffy sighed lightly, while Kaido, beside him, seemed lost in thought, observing the situation. This guy is here to interfere with my fight. Kaido muttered, but suddenly he felt something strange. The great dragon, feared by all, found himself frozen, paralyzed by something he couldn't comprehend. I'm frozen. Kaido was stunned. He could feel his body immobilized, and he only knew it because his haki warned him. He couldn't even perceive what was happening, his view of the world completely frozen. In disbelief, Kaido struggled to free himself. As soon as he regained control over his body, he realized that Luffy was no longer in front of him. Suddenly, Kaido felt his tail being grabbed by burning hands. What? Before he could react, Luffy, in his Ifrit form, had seized Kaido's tail and began to spin him through the air. The great dragon was pulled violently, swirling repeatedly through the sky. "You're not getting away from this, Kaido," Luffy declared. In the midst of the spin, Luffy hurled Kaido straight toward the ground of Onigashima. The force behind it was immense, making Kaido resemble a meteor surrounded by purple flames, hurtling toward the island at incredible speed, unable to react. The fighters on the rooftop of Onigashima, Big Mom, Yamato, and Lucy, along with Bullet observing from a corner, witnessed the impending impact and quickly braced themselves for the worst. "Brace yourselves!" Yamato shouted. The impact was devastating. Kaido collided with the rooftop, causing an explosion so massive that it lit up the night sky. The entire roof of Onigashima trembled and cracked, making the floating island shake violently before it began to descend once again. The explosion's intensity sent purple flames shooting into the sky, illuminating the skies of Wano far and wide. The force of the impact was so great that the island began to collide with Kaido's clouds, pushing Onigashima back toward the sea. "Onigashima is falling," some of the pirates screamed, desperate. It didn't take long for the entire island to crash into the sea again, creating enormous waves that pushed all the docked ships and smaller islands in the fleet back into the ocean. The massive impact stirred the waters, sending shockwaves through the surrounding seas. What's happening now? Inside the corridors of Onigashima, many pirates and warriors asked the same question, struggling to stand after being thrown around by the impact. "Lami!" Luffy's voice suddenly echoed through the Den Den Mushi of the crew. Lami, who was in the middle of fighting Katakuri, glanced toward the Den Den Mushi. "Luffy," she murmured, "I want you to bring me in front of Bullet. And put Lucy to fight Kaido." Luffy's command was clear. Without hesitation, Lami activated her Oppo no Mai ability. With her haki, she sensed every presence on the rooftop of Onigashima and made the necessary changes immediately, as her devil fruits range once again covered the entire island. Lucy vanished without warning and reappeared right in front of Luffy. She was a bit confused as she met her brother's gaze. "Listen, Lucy. I want you to fight Kaido. I'll handle Bullet. And you two, Yamato, fight Big Mom and win." Luffy's voice was loud and commanding. Yamato nodded at his words. Even though she couldn't see clearly due to the cloud of smoke created by Kaido's body crashing into Onigashima, she knew Big Mom was right in front of her. As for Luffy, before his sister could say anything, he disappeared from Lucy's side and reappeared amidst the chaos elsewhere on the rooftop. The entire area was blanketed in the same thick dust cloud. Despite the obscured view, Bullet's presence was unmistakable. He stood there, arms crossed, a satisfied expression on his face as he watched Luffy appear as if through teleportation. Luffy, now back in his human form, locked eyes with his adversary, his expression serious. "It's good to see you're finally here, brat. I thought the boy who challenged me back in Impel Down had chickened out after all that talk." Bullet spoke calmly, his tone laced with provocation. Luffy stared at him without wavering. "I'll admit, I never imagined I'd run into you here. But it doesn't matter. If we're going to fight, then let's finish this. That's what I like to hear. After all, I've been waiting for this moment for a year." Bullet pointed at Luffy's straw hat, a mocking grin on his face. "I want to see if you're truly worthy of that hat." Luffy's gaze didn't falter. "Well, this hat won't belong to me forever. But I will be the man who finds the one piece left by Roger." Bullet raised his chin slightly and gave a disdainful smile. "And what if I told you I know where the one piece is? Would you want me to tell you, if you manage to beat me?" Luffy didn't hesitate. He shook his head firmly. "No. I'll find it myself. I won't need any shortcuts. Bullet's smile widened slightly. Good to hear that. Maybe you're not so bad after all. He took a step forward, his presence growing heavier. Now, let's see if you really have the strength to back it up. In the next moment, without a second thought, an explosion of hate erupted from both sides. The two immense energies clashed with a force far more violent than anything seen before, creating a shockwave that cleared all the dust around them. The sky above Onigashima shone intensely from the confrontation, and the entire island trembled once more from the sheer power of the two warriors. On one side, Yamato and Big Mom watched the chaos unfold, their eyes locked on the battle taking place. The wind howled, whipping through their hair as they stood ready for anything. On the other side, Lucy gazed toward her brother. Kaido lay buried in the ground, now in his hybrid form, visibly frustrated. Kaido clenched his teeth, slowly rising to his feet. There was a pained expression on his face. He spat blood, trying to make sense of what had just happened. This kid. He hurt me. Kaido muttered, placing a hand on his chest. Blood dripped from his mouth, evidence of an internal injury. He stood in silence for a moment, trying to process it. His mind raced with questions, but one thought echoed louder than the rest. I froze. Suddenly, I couldn't move. What did he do? Kaido knew Luffy had two Akuma no Mi. The Moa Moa no Mi, which could multiply, and the mythical Ifrit fruit. But the ability Luffy had just used baffled him. Kaido had no idea that Luffy possessed the ability to manipulate time, something he would have deemed absurd if he knew. But his ignorance made him even more frustrated. He realized that if Luffy could approach him undetected, without giving him time to react, things would get dangerous. Kaido clenched his fists, his frustration mounting as he glanced toward the explosive battle happening in the distance between Luffy and Bullet. That frustration quickly turned into anger. That brat! He abandoned me to fight someone else. Kaido's blood boiled with rage. To him, it was an insult. His gaze shifted to Lucy, who stood watching the battle from afar. Slowly, Lucy turned her eyes toward Kaido, locking her gaze on her new opponent. You're going to fight me, brat? Kaido commented, his tone dismissive. He didn't know much about Lucy's strength, but he knew she had fought Big Mom alongside Yamato, and now Yamato was battling the old hag on her own. Yes. I'll fight you in Luffy's place, Lucy replied, stepping into her normal combat stance. Fine, then. I'll finish you off first, then I'll go after your brother. Kaido growled, lifting his massive kanabo, now crackling with purple thunder haki. Without hesitation, he charged at Lucy with incredible speed. Lucy didn't back down. Instead, she coated her fist with Conqueror's haki and swung it toward Kaido's kanabo. When their attacks collided, there was a massive haki explosion, shaking the entire area violently. Meanwhile, Big Mom charged at Yamato with fury. You think you can defeat me on your own? You arrogant brat! Big Mom roared, her voice booming across the battlefield. I will finish you, Big Mom. Yamato responded firmly. Both weapons, Yamato's kanabo and Big Mom's sword, clashed, each infused with Conqueror's haki, creating another devastating explosion. The shockwaves from their clash spread across the rooftop of Onigashima, shaking the entire island. The rooftop had transformed into a three-front battlefield, with 6 Yonko-level warriors fighting simultaneously. It was an unprecedented sight. The entire island trembled from the ongoing battles. Down below, people on the lower floors of Onigashima rushed toward the upper levels, desperately trying to escape the chaos as the strongest warriors continued their fierce clashes. In the shadows, several CP0 agents, their faces hidden behind masks, moved discreetly through the island. This confirms our fears. They're fighting each other, one of the agents commented. Yes. And it looks like the battle has become even more intense. But who is that other person up there? Another agent asked, referring to Douglas Bullet's presence on the rooftop. The agents didn't immediately recognize Bullet, but they knew an extremely powerful figure was also present. Quick! Report what's happening. We've lost contact with the ships stationed outside of Wano, one of the agents instructed. Something tells me it was that man who destroyed them. He appeared out of nowhere, coming from the sky. The agents began transmitting the information through their Den Mushi, updating their superiors on the situation. Understood. There are only a few people who can fight at that level. But that doesn't matter right now. The voice of Saturn, one of the Gorosei, came from the other end of the transmission. Our main forces are almost there. Once we arrive, we'll destroy all of them. Yes, sir, the agents responded in unison. Keep monitoring. Track the status of the fight and keep us updated, Saturn ordered. If possible, eliminate the targets before our forces arrive. Understood. The agents ended the transmission. The masked leader of CP0 turned to his fellow agents. Let's move. We need to eliminate the targets before the main forces arrive, he said with authority. Even if it results in our deaths, one of the agents questioned. Yes, the leader confirmed without hesitation. We still have to fulfill our mission. The agents nodded silently, accepting the risk without complaint. They moved swiftly through the shadows of the island, focused entirely on their mission. They had two primary targets. The first was Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. That wasn't a surprise. But the second target was Monkey D. Lucy, someone the world government considered just as dangerous, especially due to her connection to a devil fruit linked to Nika. These two must be eliminated, at any cost. Chapter 467, The Wano War 07. Third-person POV. New word. It seems things are getting interesting on the rooftop. Lami commented as the Conqueror's haki emanated from the rooftop of Onigashima, before dodging an attack from Katakuri. Katakuri possessed the Machi Machi no Mi, the Machi fruit, which allowed him to create countless shapes in all forms within the space created by Lami's Op no Mi. Standing at 5 meters tall, Katakuri ran through the space, his speed surpassing the sound barrier, aiming to catch her. But the moment he reached her position, Lami vanished. However, Katakuri immediately used his fruit to launch an attack in the spot where she was about to reappear. Lami reappeared, surrounded by attacks infused with armament haki coming straight at her. She quickly drew her sword, coating it in haki to block all the Machi fists heading her way. The attacks were neutralized in an instant as Lami effortlessly deflected each one. This guy can see the future. That's why he attacked me before I even teleported, Lami muttered, her gaze fixed on her opponent with a surprised expression. His observation haki was highly impressive, a level beyond anything Luffy had mentioned, though it wasn't something her current crew couldn't overcome. Katakuri stared back with narrowed eyes. Beyond her immense haki mastery, her devil fruit made her even more troublesome. Without saying a word, he vanished, soaring upward toward Lami. Lami watched him, pulling her arm back as if preparing to strike. Katakuri mimicked her, pulling his massive fist backward, enlarging it in a manner reminiscent of Luffy's Gear 3rd, before launching it toward the Surgeon of Death. Before his punch could land and shatter the ground beneath them, Lami had already vanished. Katakuri anticipated this, sending several Machi fists from his back toward the spot where she reappeared. Yet, instead of taking a defensive stance, Lami's sword morphed into a weapon coated in armament haki, cutting through the incoming attacks. The difference in haki was obvious. Lami sliced through each of Katakuri's attacks with ease, her blade carving a path straight toward the Charlotte family's strongest sibling, striking him directly. His body was hurled to the ground, leaving a trail of blood as his colossal attack disintegrated. Lami watched from a distance, having teleported away after her attack triggered an explosion upon Katakuri's impact with the ground. She stood still, observing. None of the other fighters in that part of the battlefield dared to interfere, though she noticed many members of the Charlotte family watching with growing concern. Their strongest brother had been taken down in such a manner. But Lami knew it wasn't over yet. Katakuri emerged from the smoke cloud, his expression confused. Despite his ability to see the future and his superior speed, he realized that Lami hadn't even shown her full strength. She had given him the impression that she couldn't keep up without her fruit powers. Even so, he understood one thing clearly: his haki was weaker than hers. Blood trickled from his forehead as he cautiously observed her. Lami stood there, calm and collected, while they both remained within her room. This time, Lami made the first move. She disappeared not through teleportation, but by using Sori and her natural speed. Katakuri reacted swiftly, covering his arm entirely with haki to defend himself. Yet, Lami appeared behind him with her sword raised, and his arm was severed, falling to the ground. "Brother Katakuri!" Several members of the Charlotte family cried out in shock at the sight of Katakuri losing his arm, the limb still imbued with haki as it hit the floor. "This..." Katakuri stared at the severed arm, surprised to see it still twitching as if under his command. It wasn't cut normally. It was removed by the Opope no Mi. "Let's end this once and for all," Lami said calmly, stepping toward him, her sword still poised to strike. "You're stronger than I imagined, so I'll fight even harder with everything I've got," Katakuri commented as Machi began to form where his severed arm had been, creating a new limb coated in haki. "Well, it seems I can't just remove your limbs, you can use your Akuma no Mi," Lami said as she prepared to continue the battle, with Katakuri doing the same. At that moment, the entire island began to shake as the force of 6 conquerors' haki-infused attacks collided in 3 different spots on the rooftop of Onigashima, generating an even greater impact than anything before. Yamano clashed with Big Mom, Lucy fought Kaido, and Luffy battled Bullet, making both Lami and Katakuri glance upward in surprise. "Things are getting very interesting up there, maybe I should join them soon," Lami commented, then turned her gaze back to Katakuri and charged forward without hesitation. Katakuri swiftly dodged to the side as Lami's sword sliced through the air where his head had been, narrowly avoiding decapitation thanks to his foresight. Katakuri quickly stepped back, then advanced again, awakening his devil fruit power, surprising Lami as the ground beneath them began to transform into Machi. "So he can do that too," she murmured before using her fruit to teleport away as thousands of attacks converged on her position. She reappeared at a distance, but even the floor beneath her feet turned into Machi, with Katakuri giving her no respite. The relentless attacks continued until Lami decided to go on the offensive. She teleported directly in front of her opponent, using both fists coated in concentrated haki to prevent him from cutting her down, causing the entire area to explode with red lightning from their armament clash. Katakuri was pleased to have blocked her attack, but unbeknownst to Lami, the severed arm from earlier was still under his mental control. He quickly reinforced it with layers of hardened Machi and launched it toward her. Katakuri advanced, aiming to catch her off guard, his Machi arm barreling toward her. Lami watched it approach, a smile spreading across her face. Katakuri, expecting to surprise her, was the one caught off guard by her expression, as if she had anticipated his move all along. She simply lifted a finger and switched their positions using her fruit at the last second. Katakuri felt his own haki-infused punch slam into him violently, sending him flying into a wall as he spat blood. Once again, Lami stood calmly on the ground as the Machi around her began to collapse into a sticky paste. "Don't think you're the only one who can see the future," Lami taunted as Katakuri emerged from the destroyed wall, frustration etched on his face. He couldn't say a word, glancing around at his siblings and comrades still fighting. He had to fulfill his duty. In the next moment, he exploded with Conqueror's haki, surging toward Lami. "You have haki, but you can't even use it like the fighters on the rooftop of Onigashima right now," Lami remarked, preparing herself for the next clash. She charged with her sword, while Katakuri unleashed a massive Machi fist, shaped like a giant hand. The giant fist and Lami's sword collided in the next instant, and Katakuri watched in shock as his haki shattered. Lami had decided to use Conqueror's haki coating for the first time. "No." Katakuri could only murmur as he saw the blade advancing toward him, witnessing a future he could no longer change. The blade reached him. Meanwhile, Reiju was in the middle of a fierce battle with her brother. The two clashed above the room, using Geppo and Saruto stay airborne as they exchanged fiery kicks and blows. Around them, the entire Germa force lay defeated. Every member of their family, except for the two of them, had fallen to the ground after being taken down by Reiju, even as she fought Sanji at the same time. "You've really grown strong, brother," Reiju commented with a faint smile. "So have you, sister," Sanji replied, panting. After everything our father did to you, to us. When he called us failures, in the end, you surpassed us all. Lami narrowed her eyes but kept the smile. She managed to push them back, and Sanji fell to the ground for a moment. Both kicks connected again after they advanced, their strikes colliding once more. At that moment, flames and haki exploded between them, destroying the area around until they both reached their limits. They both pulled back once again, catching their breath. Let's continue this, Lami said, preparing her legs with the red flames of the phoenix. Sanji also allowed his blue flames to burn even stronger, and both were about to charge again. But it was at that moment that something unexpected happened. A blade rushed through the ground, carving a path while cutting the air. The sword quickly expanded, carrying someone impaled on it. The figure was violently thrown against the wall, passing right between Lami and Sanji. However, the blade didn't stop there. It continued slicing through the walls until it left Onigashima, extending as a devastating straight line. The person pinned to the wall was Katakuri. He was in shock, his body pierced by the blade in that manner. Before he could react, an immense pain filled him, making him scream as bolts of energy began to crackle from his body, causing internal damage that was clearly visible. Aha! Katakuri screamed intensely, his voice echoing throughout the area. Brother Katakuri! Several members of the Charlotte family exclaimed once again, but now with far more surprise than before, seeing Katakuri screaming in pain, something they had never witnessed. Even Sanji widened his eyes, watching Big Mom's most powerful commander being defeated in such a way. Katakuri's body began to soften, his arm melting into mochi, while all the other mochi constructs around them started to disintegrate. He could barely stand. The sword that had pierced him began to retract, sliding out of his body and returning to where it had come from. Katakuri fell on his back to the ground, unconscious, completely defeated after taking a direct blow from the awakened Ope no Mi. The place fell into complete silence for a while, broken only by the tremors caused by the ongoing battle on the rooftop. Lami sheathed her sword and slowly approached the spot where Katakuri had fallen. Her cold and calculating gaze showed no emotion. Reiju narrowed her eyes, staring directly at Lami. I see you're still standing. Lami taunted. I thought you were better than this. Don't get cocky, you emo woman. Reiju snapped with irritation. Before the conversation could continue, Sanji, who had been observing the scene, took a breath to say something. But when he looked at Lami, his eyes sparkled with admiration. So beautiful, Sanji murmured, with a love-struck expression. However, before he could finish his thought, a kick hit him square in the face. Bam! Sanji was sent flying violently into the wall, leaving a trail of dust behind him. Aren't you a married man? How can you hit on another woman, especially a married one, you idiot? Reiju muttered angrily. She turned to Lami with a firm gaze. I went easy on him because he's my brother. But I'll end this quickly now, so don't get too full of yourself, woman. Reiju declared, advancing towards Sanji. Meanwhile, Lami remained standing still, observing the chaos around her. Her fight was over. She ignored all the hateful glares from the members of the Charlotte family. Despite their anger, none of them dared to move forward. Everyone was either busy with their own battles or too afraid to face Lami directly. After all, she had just defeated the most powerful member of Big Mom's fleet without a single scratch on her body. Chapter 468, The Wano War 08. Third-person POV. New word. The fight between Reiju and her brother continued, while Sanji gritted his teeth under the overwhelming pressure his sister was putting on him. Even using all his strength, he was being flung across the rooms inside Onigashima. Damn! I won't last long like this. Sanji murmured with serious difficulty, as a sudden light appeared, not from the direction he came from, but from the ceiling. It's over, brother. Sanji heard his sister blow through the ceiling, catching him off guard with her speed. He immediately tried to counter her attack by striking back. Flames clashed again as their knees collided, generating intense heat that spread in all directions, while both siblings struggled for dominance. But it didn't take long for Sanji's eyes to widen in shock when he heard the sound of wings, followed by the cry of a bird. His gaze locked onto his sister as she entered the hybrid form of her devil fruit, and all the heat and pressure turned against him. "I've lost." It was the last thing he said before his body was hurled backward with such force that it shattered the floors of Onigashima. He crashed through multiple levels, burning like a meteor until he finally hit the ground, cracking the floor beneath him. "What is that?" Voices rose in confusion as the sound of footsteps echoed, people rushing toward the site of the explosion. "I don't know. It just fell from the sky." A long-nosed man approached cautiously, accompanied by a reindeer, both staring at the scene in shock. "What are you two standing there for?" Alvida walked up to Usopp and Chopper, both still gawking at the explosion. Sanji was too exhausted to comprehend his situation, but as he opened his eyes, he saw the silhouettes of those standing above him. His gaze moved from Chopper to Usopp and finally stopped on Alvida, his eyes widening. "I'm in heaven. I'm seeing an angel," he murmured softly, before all eyes turned toward him. "He doesn't look well." "Who is he?" Chopper asked. Before anyone could answer, Sanji suddenly sprang to his feet, his head comically larger than normal, his eyes shaped like hearts. "An angel," he shouted, only to be struck by Alvida's mace in response, startled by the strange man screaming at her. Sanji flew backward, crashing through walls one after another as Alvida instinctively used Haki in her swing, not holding back, nearly killing him on the spot. "Did you just kill him?" Chopper cried out in panic, while Usopp stood there with his mouth agape, stunned. "He approached me in such a disrespectful way." "I'm a married woman, did you forget that?" Alvida said, adjusting her hat as she rested her mace on her shoulder. Neither Usopp nor Chopper said another word, deciding it was best to keep quiet. They quickly joined the crowd of soldiers advancing toward the upper floors, leaving a battered Sanji behind. Meanwhile, Reija returned to the main hall, walking toward Lami, who was standing in the same spot but now with Katakuri's severed head by her side, though his body was nowhere to be seen. "Did you kill him?" Reiju asked, raising an eyebrow as she approached and glanced at the still head. However, she could sense with her Haki that he wasn't dead. "I had to cut off his head," Lami explained. "Someone threw a mirror near his body, and someone else emerged from it to retrieve him. I was distracted and only had time to sever his head before the body disappeared completely into the mirror." "That's quite unusual," Reiju commented. "Luffy mentioned someone with that kind of power among Big Mom's pirates." Lami nodded. There were a few abilities they had been warned about that could catch them off guard. Luffy had specifically mentioned two members of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Brûlée, who possessed the mirror fruit, and Charlotte Pudding, Sanji's wife, who could alter people's memories by touching them. "Anyway, we just need to wait for the others to finish their fights." "It won't take long," Lami said as she watched the simultaneous battles unfolding around them. An explosion of ice erupted on the other side as Cracker backed away from Kuina, using his sword to freeze the area. "Damn irritating power," Cracker murmured as he clapped his hands, generating more and more biscuit soldiers to fight against Kuina. The biscuits began to freeze with their first steps as Kuina pointed her sword, emitting an icy mist. In the next moment, a dozen biscuit soldiers were shattered. Kuina noticed that her ice was highly effective against her opponent's creations. After all, their weakness was water. By freezing them, she could easily break them, which quickly became a serious problem for Cracker as he tried to retreat, watching his soldiers get destroyed one by one. Kuina then charged directly at him. Cracker raised his sword to strike her, but she infused her blade with Haki and clashed with him head-on. The Haki struggle began, but it was already clear that it wouldn't last long. Cracker could feel himself losing to Kuina, who stood before him without breaking a sweat, effortlessly pushing him back. "Is she really this strong?" Cracker murmured, his gaze falling on his strongest brother's severed head lying on the ground in the distance. The sight filled him with rage, realizing they were losing. "You killed members of Skypiea during your escape. Don't think this will be easy for you. If the captain were in my place, he wouldn't forgive you." "You'd already be dead," Kuina calmly stated. The next instant, Cracker was violently thrown backward, slamming into a wall and disappearing into the rubble. Kuina noticed him summoning more biscuit soldiers, while a crowd began pouring in through the opening his body had created. So be it. Kuina placed her sword behind her back as she generated an intense icy force before releasing it forward. A massive ice dragon materialized, growling as it charged toward the biscuit soldiers. Its enormous mouth easily devoured several of them as its massive head crashed through the wall. Ruohui air. Cracker's exclamation was heard just before the giant dragon struck him, shattering his defenses. Ugh! Cracker was already injured from Kuina's previous blow, and now the dragon's attack left him even more battered. His body was bleeding, and as he tried to stand, the ground beneath him suddenly froze, trapping him in place. His eyes darted around, spotting someone moving at high speed using Saru. Cracker barely had time to react before he saw Kuina rapidly approaching. In the next moment, she struck him in the chest, causing blood to gush in all directions. But before the blood could hit the ground, it froze mid-air, still connected to Cracker's body. He, too, froze entirely, his face locked in an expression of pain, the open wound on his chest visible as he turned into an ice statue. Kuina stood at a distance, turning to face the frozen body of Cracker. "It's over," she remarked, as if the entire fight had been effortless. Slowly, she sheathed her sword until it clicked into place. Just then, something unexpected happened. The ice, now smooth and reflective, mirrored the room around them. From within that reflection, a hand emerged. A long-nosed woman appeared, stepping out of the ice's surface. Brother Katakuri, his head was cut off. The woman's voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. She quickly became hysterical upon seeing Katakuri's headless body, her expression turning wild with despair. It was Broly, now desperate to save her defeated brother Cracker. She began pulling at his frozen body, trying to drag him through the mirror embedded in the ice. But Kuina was already aware of what was happening. The moment Broly tried to pull Cracker into the mirror, her hand began to freeze. Kuina, controlling the ice with her powers, made it spread over Broly's body. "Don't think you can take him in front of me," Kuina stated coldly. Broly barely had time to react before she, too, was frozen, her tear-streaked face paralyzed in ice. Kuina's powers allowed her to freeze anything in contact with the ice she created. Kuina approached the frozen woman, grabbing her partially trapped body and pulling her fully out of the mirror. She placed Broly's frozen form next to Cracker's statue. "One less," Kuina muttered, her voice devoid of emotion. Before any action could be taken, everything started to shake. The ice around Kuina seemed to crack under the tremors, and she looked up at the ceiling. "Looks like they're fighting for real up there," she commented, as the battle between the Yonkos sent violent tremors across the entire island with each of their powerful blows. All the members of CP0 were hovering in the skies above Onigashima, observing the unfolding battle between three fronts, each combatant striking with the overwhelming presence of Conqueror's Haki. Yamato charged toward Big Mom's sword once again, while the dark cloud and blazing sun raged around the battlefield, using their respective elements against her. Yamato attempted to shield herself with ice barriers, but they weren't always effective, as both fire and lightning could easily break through and cause destruction. Even so, it was clear that Yamato was losing ground in her confrontation with the Empress. "Soon enough, you'll fall, brat." Big Mom laughed, fully intending to crush the insect that dared challenge her alone. "Well, looks like I have no choice," Yamato murmured from a distance, breathing heavily. The area around her was chaotic. Electric energy crackled, flames burned fiercely, and ice coated the ground in thick layers. The rooftop of Onigashima was riddled with holes, evidence of the fierce battle they had been waging. Yamato stood in her hybrid form, fully aware that her beast form wouldn't be enough to win. She would need to go beyond that, tap into something even more powerful. "So be it," she said quietly, closing her eyes. Big Mom watched her for a moment, curiosity flickering across her face. "Oof. What a shame. Looks like you're planning something. What does that brat think she's going to do? Does she really believe I'd fear her just because she's Kaido's daughter? I'll rip out her soul, even if her father disagrees," Big Mom declared with a cruel smile. But suddenly, a mist began to form around Yamato, slowly enveloping her body. The temperature plummeted, and the area around her started to freeze rapidly, even fire and electricity struggled against the chilling cold. What? What's going on? Big Mom's surprise was evident as she realized that, somehow, Yamato was growing stronger. Boom! The small mist surrounding Yamato exploded into a massive frozen hurricane, forcing Big Mom to step back. The entire area was transformed into ice, the storm spiraling upward into the sky, drawing attention from everyone, even Kaido. Yamato? Kaido muttered, momentarily distracted before deflecting a strike from Luffy, who had taken on his snakeman form. Big Mom kept her distance, waiting to see what would happen next. Snow swirled into the sky, forming a massive white cloud that shone brightly against the dark backdrop of Onigashima. Bolts of Conqueror's haki shot out in every direction as Yamato's new form emerged from within the storm. Big Mom's eyes widened in disbelief. Yamato was now in her awakened mythical Zoan form. "Let's continue," Yamato said again, her voice echoing through the mist like a haunting whisper. However, her voice was different now, distorted, icy, cold, like the embodiment of winter itself. The entire area around her began to freeze over rapidly. The battlefield had become a frozen wasteland. Chapter 469, The Wano War 09. Third-person POV. New word. It seems things are getting quite interesting up there. Zoro commented as he fought directly against King. Their battle was at its peak. King, now transformed into his hybrid pterodactyl form, had his back ablaze, a characteristic of his Lunarian race, as he tried to attack Zoro. However, the swordsman skillfully dodged the attack, causing King's blows to hit the ground and explode with force. Zoro moved back a few meters, keeping his swords firmly in hand, one of them held between his teeth. "You're not even taking this seriously." King muttered, his pride wounded as he noticed Zoro still holding back from using the full power of his devil fruit, especially his feared conqueror's haki. "Maybe I don't need it," Zoro responded calmly. He wasn't one to insult his opponents, but he truly believed he was too strong for this fight. Even so, he wouldn't underestimate King. Zoro wanted to face one of the Yonko directly, but since Luffy had instructed him to deal with King, he had no complaints. Quickly, King spread his flaming wings and flew toward Zoro, who charged forward as well. The two collided with brutal force, Zoro's swords wrapped in armament haki and King's beak reinforced with the same energy. King's flames and Zoro's blades clashed in a devastating explosion. However, King began to sense his imminent defeat when he saw Zoro emitting a red and black glow, the characteristic energy of his icon, Odin, flowing from his swords. Zoro pressed forward with even greater strength, pushing King back. A cry of pain echoed as the energy struck King's chest, making him bleed. He was sent flying through several rooms, destroying walls and columns as his body crashed through the structures, shaking Onigashima with the force of the attack. Zoro landed calmly on the ground, observing the destruction he had caused. Suddenly, an explosion echoed, and King emerged once more from the rubble. His wings were even larger and more engulfed in flames. "Well, let's end this," Zoro declared, as his red aura shone more intensely. The energy of Odin flowed not only from his swords but from his entire body, as if they were extensions of his very will. King roared, charging again. The flames surrounding him were so intense that anyone who got too close would be burned. But Zoro was no ordinary man. "Santoryu," Zoro murmured, preparing his final strike. The entire room began to burn with the intensity of the energies emanating from both warriors. "Odin will!" Zoro exclaimed, advancing with his three swords glowing red. King charged as well, his body completely covered in armament haki armor. The swords released bursts of energy as Zoro charged forward. In the next instant, King and Zoro collided once again. The impact was devastating. King's flames and Odin's energy clashed like two natural forces vying for dominance. The pressure was so immense that no other combatant could get near. They couldn't even be seen anymore as the energies engulfed their bodies, leaving only the two forces colliding with no sign of King or Zoro. King appeared slightly stunned. As they continued clashing, Zoro's red aura began to overpower King's flames. The energy pierced through the fire, advancing with overwhelming force. At the end of the strike, Zoro emerged on the other side, his sword still glowing intensely. He landed firmly on the ground as the energy covering the area began to dissipate. King, on the other hand, fell. The flames on his back slowly diminished until they extinguished completely. King appeared a moment later, smoke rising from his body as he lay on the ground. His chest was bleeding from 2 deep cuts inflicted by Zoro's previous strike. Though he didn't look severely injured on the outside, Zoro's attack had caused internal damage, which was why King collapsed, unable to continue. So, "It's over," Zoro remarked, sheathing his swords. He had defeated a man worth billions of berries with relative ease. Why? King's voice emerged in that moment, prompting Zoro to slowly step out of the shadows, his expression serious as he approached Kaido's man. "You're still awake?" "That's really impressive," Zoro said, approaching calmly and studying him further. "Why didn't you kill me?" King asked, panting. He knew Zoro had enough power to finish him off right there. "Because my captain asked all of us to spare you," Zoro answered without hesitation. King raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Your captain won't be able to defeat Kaido," he stated with unshakable faith. Zoro looked at King seriously. "You talk as if you're still trapped in Kaido's shadow. But Luffy has already surpassed your captain a long time ago." "Man, understand that," Zoro said before turning his gaze toward the destruction above them. "Hey, can you tell me how to get to the upper floors?" Zoro asked in a calm tone. King, still processing what he had just heard, couldn't immediately respond. He was confused by Zoro's demeanor but shrugged. "All right. Just stay there. I'm going to check on the others," Zoro said before walking away. He calmly moved a bit further from the fallen king, then bent his knees before leaping upward, breaking through the ceiling, confident he would easily reach his destination. Quickly, he disappeared, blasting through walls one after another to clear a path. Meanwhile, at that same moment, Hugo was locked in an intense fight against Jack. Both were engaged in a fierce confrontation. A massive stone fist, coated in haki, clashed with the head of the mammoth in his hybrid form. Jack, too, was enveloped in haki, making the impact even more powerful. The resulting explosion shook the surrounding walls, leaving Jack somewhat surprised by the strength of the man in front of him. "Well, it looks like the fights are wrapping up. You're falling, one by one. I don't want to be the last to finish off my opponent," Hugo spoke calmly as he observed Jack. "Don't get so full of yourself, man," Jack yelled, charging forward once again. The sound of his stomping echoed through the room as he used his haki to reinforce his strikes. The fight continued, with both of them destroying walls as they moved through several rooms, leaving the main hall just like Zoro and King. Jack threw his massive body against Hugo, who was pushed through several rooms until he began to feel the ground giving way beneath his feet. Hugo tried to stop Jack's advance, but the weight and strength of the mammoth were brutal. Suddenly, Hugo's body began to glow. He entered his hybrid form, with crystals emerging all over his body. He started to halt Jack's charge by digging his feet into the ground, something very similar to what Luffy had done in Jaya when he fought against Bellamy. "You're strong, but I can handle you," Hugo murmured, shifting the earth and concrete beneath his feet. Jack, caught off guard, felt the ground beneath him move. The floor trembled and cracked, causing the giant mammoth to lose his balance. Hugo seized the opening and, in the next moment, unleashed a devastating punch, coated in haki. His fist struck Jack squarely, forcing him to dig into the ground with the force of the impact. The punch was so powerful that it cracked the floor, creating a crater. "Ah, you bastard!" Jack exclaimed, but he remained motionless, unable to move as Hugo continued to attack him. However, Hugo gave his opponent no chance to recover. He kept pressing him, forcing the mammoth to stay on the defensive until the massive creature began to break down, losing strength. Meanwhile, in another room, Black Maria was battling Robin. Both were in their giant forms, with Robin still in her human form, crossing her arms in front of a giant version of herself created by her devil fruit powers. The fight was becoming more and more intense. Robin was pressing the Spider-Woman relentlessly, giving her no room for counterattacks. Both women were surprised when, suddenly, the wall of the room was destroyed. Jack crashed through the stones and debris, landing in the middle of the room where they were fighting. Black Maria's eyes widened. "Jack," she exclaimed, incredulous. "What's going on?" Before they could make sense of what had happened, Hugo appeared right in front of Jack. With a powerful kick, he sent the mammoth crashing into the wall again, which exploded in a cloud of dust and rubble. Jack was hurled away, destroying everything in his path. Hugo stopped for a moment, looking at the two women. But he didn't care much about their presence and continued advancing toward Jack. Robin observed the scene but remained focused on her fight against Black Maria. Jack, now severely injured, tried to stand, but was struck again. Hugo leapt and delivered a devastating punch to his weakest point, his stomach. His fist, coated in hockey, hit Jack with such force that it felt like a giant's blow. The impact was brutal, causing an explosion that shook the entire floor. Jack crashed through several rooms before finally falling to the ground, defeated. "That guy is tough to bring down," Hugo murmured as he approached the unconscious mammoth, shrinking back to his normal size, though he was still much taller than Jack. Even though Hugo hadn't emerged unscathed, his face was covered in blood, he showed no signs of exhaustion. Calmly, he took out a pair of sea stone handcuffs and placed them on Jack, ensuring he couldn't transform again. With Jack restrained, Hugo grabbed his opponent's leg and began dragging him through the destroyed walls, unconcerned about the noise or debris around them. Suddenly, a nearby wall exploded. A gigantic body smashed through the rubble and collided hard with the remaining structure, causing another wave of destruction. "Lola!" Smoothie growled furiously, trying to pull herself together. She couldn't believe she had been thrown so far by her own sister. Lola appeared in the distance, walking with an arrogant smile while resting her hammer on her shoulder. "What's wrong, big sister? Having some trouble?" Lola taunted, crossing her arms. "You'll pay for this, Lola!" Smoothie shouted, even more enraged. Hugo watched the scene for a moment and shrugged. "Not my problem," he murmured before continuing to drag Jack through the destroyed walls, disappearing from the area. Meanwhile, a few soldiers approached Smoothie. "Miss Smoothie! Miss Smoothie! Are you all right?" they asked, concerned. Smoothie, still furious, glared at the soldiers. With a cold stare, she advanced toward them. Without a second thought, she grabbed one of the soldiers by the neck. "What are you doing, ma'am?" they screamed in desperation. The next moment, Smoothie began to drain the soldier's life force, growing in size and becoming even stronger. "You'll pay for this, Lola!" Smoothie growled again as she continued to grow, becoming nearly as large as Jack. Without wasting time, Smoothie charged toward her sister, determined to make Lola pay for humiliating her. Chapter 470, The Wano War 10. Third-person POV. New word. "Damn it, she's gotten much faster," Big Mom muttered as Yamato dashed around her, leaving a trail of icy mist in her wake. Her speed increased so much that she slid effortlessly across the ice she created with each step, her paws gliding over the frozen surface. Yamato was so fast that even Big Mom struggled to keep up, her eyes barely tracking the movements. "Prometheus, attack her!" Big Mom commanded as the scorching sun homie prepared, heating up before unleashing waves of fire toward the path where Yamato was sliding across the ice. The searing heat surged toward Yamato, who lifted her gaze, seeing the flames tearing through the ice she had created. Without hesitation, she began to dodge at high speed, weaving through the burning landscape. Even as the flames devoured the ice, Yamato swiftly recreated her frozen path, effortlessly maneuvering through the inferno. Despite the intense blaze visible from the island's ceiling, Yamato didn't stop. Though her sliding motion appeared to be in a straight line, she could instantly change direction, zigzagging between Prometheus's fiery attacks with incredible precision. Her rapid movements brought her ever closer to Big Mom from the side. The Empress tried to defend herself, but it was too late. As Yamato closed the distance, the trap tightened. Big Mom barely had time to raise her head before Yamato's kanabo struck her square in the face. Big Mom grunted, eyes wide with shock, as the weapon smashed into her face before she could raise her sword in defense. The impact, enhanced by Yamato's haki, distorted Big Mom's expression as her powerful body buckled under the blow. Blood dripped from her nose. The force of the impact was so immense that it twisted the Yonko's enormous body backward. With a roar of pain, Big Mom crashed heavily to the ground, the earth cracking beneath her from the sheer force of Yamato's attack. "You damn brat!" Big Mom yelled furiously, rising from the rubble with debris scattered around her. "Mama!" Prometheus cried out, alarmed. Zeus, equally shocked, began releasing furious bolts of lightning toward Yamato. However, in her awakened form, Yamato glided effortlessly over the icy waves she created beneath her feet. The frost rapidly spread across the ground, freezing everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight, her speed so blinding that it seemed as though she had evaporated into thin air. Her movements were so fast that even Zeus's lightning bolts couldn't hit her. Yamato moved like a silver blur, crafting ice ramps and sliding along them at a breathtaking pace, faster than sound, faster than the lightning itself. "Come on, Zeus! Catch her! Catch her!" Prometheus shouted in frustration, seeking vengeance. "I'm trying! I'm trying!" Zeus panted, exhausted as he continued hurling bolts of lightning at Yamato, his energy visibly draining. "Damn it! You've really driven me crazy, you little brat!" Big Mom roared, wiping the blood from her face. Her eyes burned with rage, and her overwhelming aura began to suffocate the air around them. She was losing herself in madness, something that would shock even her own children if they saw her now. But Yamato showed no fear. She came to a halt at a distance, turning her body to face her adversary directly. Planting her kanabo firmly on the ground, she growled, a bestial sound that echoed from deep within, a manifestation of her Zoan fruit's primal instincts. "I won't let someone like you defeat me. My father and I will find the One Piece together." Big Mom bellowed, her voice filled with conviction, her eyes glowing red. "You're stuck in the past, you old witch." Yamato shot back, her gaze fierce. "Kaido will not be the Pirate King, and neither will you." The ground beneath them began to crack and tremble as Yamato's freezing aura intensified. In her awakened form, she was completely covered in a layer of crystalline ice that sparkled like diamond under the fiery glow of Prometheus. Her wolfish tail swayed, and her piercing blue eyes gleamed like shards of ice. The temperature around them plummeted, and the frosty mist thickened, swirling into a raging blizzard. Yamato's figure emerged from the heart of the storm, her eyes now blazing crimson. Big Mom steadied herself, holding her sword in one hand. Her terrifying presence remained unchanged. With her other hand, she suddenly grabbed Zeus by surprise. "You're not getting away this time, Mama?" The dark cloud, slightly fatigued, looked at Big Mom in surprise. She grabbed it without hesitation and pressed it directly onto her sword, the cloud still stunned. "Merge with Napoleon," Big Mom ordered, and the cloud began to morph into the shape of the blade, crackling with electricity as it adapted. But she didn't stop there. Grabbing Prometheus, she infused the fiery homie into the sword as well. The flames stretched and wrapped around the weapon, merging with the cloud to create a new and terrifying weapon. Yamato didn't relent either. Her body shone brighter within the swirling hurricane of icy mist, freezing even the flames burning nearby. Lightning began to crash from the sky as she prepared to unleash what might be her most powerful attack to date. "You will die," Big Mom said, her crimson eyes blazing with rage as she unleashed Conqueror's haki, holding her newly fused sword behind her, ready to strike with full force. Yamato remained silent. Hidden within the mist, she pulled her kanabo back, preparing to counter the attack. The air between them crackled with tension as their haki clashed, both warriors ready to deliver a decisive blow. Their battle radiated such intensity that it alerted fighters across Onigashima. Even the CP0 agents approaching the rooftop had to tread carefully, wary of the impending clash. "Yamato, you can defeat her," Luffy muttered as he sprinted across the ruined battlefield, glancing toward the rooftop. "Focus on our fight," Bullet shouted, charging at Luffy with relentless determination. Luffy had no choice but to turn his attention to his approaching adversary. He launched himself forward with sorrow, clashing fists with Bullet in the next instant. The impact caused a titanic explosion in their vicinity. Luffy clenched his teeth, realizing that Bullet's reputation as the demon heir wasn't exaggerated. "I will prove I'm the strongest." Bullet roared with a wide grin, matching Luffy's strength. Their fists collided repeatedly, neither gaining the upper hand as the fierce battle dragged on. Reaching their limits, both fighters leaped back to create some distance before disappearing again. Luffy, now with a serious expression, vanished from sight. Bullet, still grinning excitedly, followed him. The two reappeared in different parts of the battlefield, exchanging blows and causing destruction wherever they went. Explosions erupted with each clash, and they would disappear again, only to repeat the process somewhere else. Their battle extended into the sky, where Bullet demonstrated his mastery of Jeppo, keeping up with Luffy's movements. Despite their intense speed and strength, neither of them used their devil fruits. It was a pure test of physical power and haki, a prelude, a greeting of sorts between two warriors testing each other. Their fight continued, obliterating the area around them. Meanwhile, other battles raged with deadly seriousness. The air trembled as a clash of conquerors' haki erupted from the rooftop. Kaido and Lucy were locked in a fierce struggle. Their haki collided without them even touching. Lucy dodged Kaido's kanabo, delivering a powerful kick to the weapon, pushing him back. The struggle between their haki continued for several moments, the sheer intensity splitting the sky above them in two. The ground beneath them shattered as the shockwaves of their clash rippled outward. "That brat, she's definitely strong," Kaido murmured, gazing at Lucy with newfound recognition. For the first time, he acknowledged her strength, though frustration lingered in his expression. Her brother had abandoned their fight to face Bullet. His gaze shifted toward Yamato, who was still preparing for her final clash with Big Mom. "Damn it! Yamato has gotten much stronger. And all my disasters have already fallen," Kaido muttered to himself, sensing the defeat of his companions. Only he and the Tobarapo remained standing. "Bound man!" Lucy's shout pulled Kaido from his thoughts. He watched as she inflated her body, transforming into her boundman form, her haki manifesting visibly across her hardened body. The battle was far from over. Tisk! With that, Kaido's body began to transform, blue scales spreading across his skin as he shifted into his hybrid form. His fangs bared, he stared down his opponent, now fully acknowledging her strength. "You're persistent, brat!" Kaido roared, locking eyes with Lucy, who maintained a serious expression, showing no signs of backing down. Lucy stood in her balloon human form, the inflated version of Gear 4. Despite her puffed-up appearance, her movements remained swift and precise. Her arms, coated with Conqueror's haki, crackled with energy as she suddenly vanished from sight. Kaido mirrored her move, disappearing at the same time. In a flash, they reappeared midair, clashing violently. Lucy's enormous fists collided with Kaido's kanabo, their brutal exchange of blows causing the ground beneath them to quake. After a fierce impact, both fighters retreated, disappearing again before Lucy used her rubber legs as springs to propel herself forward. "You don't get it, Kaido!" Lucy shouted as she lunged at him with incredible force, the sound of her launch reverberating like thunder across the island. "No one is going to stop my brother, not you, not anyone." Kaido let out a deep, menacing laugh as he charged forward to meet her head-on. "We'll see if you can keep that confidence to the end." He roared, his kanabo now crackling with purple lightning, growing heavier and more lethal with each passing second. "Prepare yourself, brat! I'm going to crush you!" Kaido leapt into the air with astonishing power, his massive body slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The sheer pressure of his incoming attack distorted the atmosphere around him. Lucy didn't flinch. Instead, a confident grin spread across her face. She inflated her body even further, readying a devastating strike. "Gomu Gomu no Kong Gun!" Her massive fist shot toward Kaido like a meteor, enveloped in armament haki. The moment their attacks met, the impact was cataclysmic. Boom! The sheer force of the collision triggered a massive explosion, creating an enormous crater in the ceiling of Onigashima. Stones and debris were sent flying in all directions as Kaido's massive body was hurled backward, crashing through multiple walls and pillars. However, even after being hit by such a powerful blow, Kaido refused to fall. Ha 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 ha. Is that all you've got? Let's keep going, brat. He emerged from the rubble with a savage grin, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. His wild eyes gleamed with excitement and bloodlust. The battle was invigorating him, washing away his earlier frustration. Meanwhile, Lucy, too, was thrown back by the clash. She crashed into another part of the roof, coughing up blood. Her chest heaved with heavy breaths, but her resolve remained unshaken. She gritted her teeth and forced herself to stay in Gear 4. I'm not done yet, Kaido. Once again, both fighters prepared to charge. Lucy bit into her arm, inflating it even more. Her muscles tensed as she readied her most powerful attack yet. With a thunderous launch, the ground beneath her exploded as she propelled herself toward Kaido at supersonic speed. I'm going to take you down, Kaido. Kaido, unfazed, raised his kanabo high above his head, ready to unleash his most devastating technique. Raimei Hack. King Kong Gun. The two titanic attacks hurtled toward each other, their collision imminent. For a brief moment, it seemed as though time and space themselves froze at the point of impact. It was at that very instant that new figures, dressed in white uniforms, rushed toward the rooftop of Onigashima. Their mission was clear: assassination. Chapter 471, The Wano War 11. Third-person POV. New word. A little before the events on the rooftop of Onigashima, the battle continued in the middle of the island, with the fight reaching its climax. All groups, both from the Straw Hat Fleet and Wano's army, were advancing toward the main halls, where the final battles were taking place and the ultimate goal of fully dominating Onigashima was within reach, defeating any enemies in their path. The thousands of soldiers from the Big Mom and Kaido alliance were being taken down one by one, while Luffy's allied forces kept advancing with little difficulty. At the very center, the major battles had mostly concluded, with only a few still underway. One of them was between an enormous figure wielding a sword and another of normal size, armed with a hammer. Both rushed toward each other at great speed. Smoothie advanced against her sister, Lola, who showed no signs of backing down, smiling as she moved forward. Lola! Smoothie exclaimed. As soon as their weapons clashed, a burst of energy erupted, with black and red lightning crackling through the area. Lola said nothing, smiling as she stood firm against her sister and her sword. How did you get so strong? Smoothie muttered. You used to be such a weak, chubby woman when you ran away. What can I say? Smoothie, I'm a married woman now, Lola replied with a grin. That doesn't answer my question. Smoothie shouted, trying to push Lola back with her massive body. Lola, however, began to counterattack without using any special abilities, just sheer brute force. Advancing with her haki, she managed to push Smoothie back. The older sister's eyes widened in disbelief. Even with all her reinforcement, she was stunned by Lola's strength, who now seemed to gain the upper hand even against Smoothie's current form. Smoothie was sent flying backward, her body smashing through walls and causing part of the structure to explode. Lola landed calmly, resting her hammer on her shoulder as she observed the destruction. Well, it seems I'm stronger than I used to be, Lola remarked calmly. She had managed to defeat Smoothie in a hockey clash, an impressive feat for everyone watching, given she was up against the third strongest member of Big Mom's children. Am I dreaming? Lola defeated Smoothie, someone exclaimed in the background. How is this possible? How did she get so strong? Another family member murmured, incredulous at seeing their long-lost sister display such strength against Smoothie. They would be even more shocked to know she had acquired this power in less than a year. Suddenly, an explosion came from the other side, and screams echoed through the area. She's increasing her power. She's absorbing more people, Lola murmured, observing her sister undergoing a transformation, her haki growing even stronger. Everything fell silent as the screams stopped. Then, footsteps echoed. Smoothie was approaching, her silhouette visible through the hole where she had been thrown, now even larger than before. The walls began to crack under her new size. She advanced, her glowing red eyes and body pulsing with a power far greater than before. However, Lola didn't seem intimidated. She's even more powerful now. It seems like even she can't contain all that strength, like Moria when my husband fought him, Lola commented nonchalantly. Lola, you'll pay for this. Smoothie roared, raising her sword and charging at her sister. Lola merely sighed, opened her mouth, and began to inhale, finally using her devil fruit power. She had developed her abilities beyond simply eating things and transforming them into parts of her body. Now, she could also absorb energy. Smoothie was about to strike, but suddenly began to collapse. Her previously glowing red eyes returned to normal as she looked disoriented, feeling her energy being drained. Everyone watched in shock as a light emanated from Smoothie's body and was absorbed into Lola's mouth. The energy flowed continuously, and Smoothie started to shrink. What? Smoothie murmured as her body returned to its normal size. She fell to her knees on the ground, stunned, and looked at Lola with a hint of fear, completely drained of energy, as Lola wiped her mouth as if she had just finished a meal. Sorry, sister, but this ends here, said Lola. In the next moment, she used sorrow and disappeared, reappearing behind Smoothie with her hammer already swung. A split second later, Smoothie was hit with a devastating blow, crying out in pain. Her eyes rolled back before she collapsed to the ground. What? Came the collective shout from those witnessing the battle. No one could believe the outcome. With this, we're done here. But it won't take much longer now, murmured Lola, observing the other fights through her observation hockey. Though not highly developed, it was functional enough to keep track of the battles around her. No. I can't lose. Black Maria found herself in a dire situation. Her body began to twist as Nico Robin, in her giant form courtesy of her devil fruit, held her tightly. Robin's true body stood at a distance, arms crossed, calmly controlling the situation. The next moment, Black Maria tried to fight back, but her body bent at an angle that seemed to nearly break her bones. She cried out in pain before collapsing, falling unconscious and reverting to her normal form. Satisfied with the result, Robin released her giant form. That's one less to worry about, said Robin, turning her attention to the rest of the battlefield and leaving her defeated opponent behind. Meanwhile, Sasaki, in his Triceratops form, struggled to deal with his opponent. Domino, one of the combatants, had wrapped her whip around his neck, causing him to lose balance. With incredible strength, Domino dragged him across the ground. With a fierce yell, Domino yanked the whip once more, lifting Sasaki's massive ancient Zoan form off the ground before slamming him down with immense force, leaving him stunned. Damn you! Sasaki muttered, trying to rise. His resilience was formidable, but before he could react, Domino appeared before him. Using Shurgan, she began striking the vulnerable points of his body, carefully avoiding the hardened frontal carapace. Quickly, she coated her finger in armament hockey and employed the 6 powers, intensifying her attacks and penetrating deeply. Moments later, Sasaki collapsed to the ground, entirely incapacitated, as multiple Shurgan-like strikes riddled his body from all directions. Looks like I'm done here, murmured Domino, satisfied with her relatively effortless victory given her current strength. Get back here, shouted Altai, attempting to land a devastating headbutt. A pink-haired girl opened her eyes wide at the attack and swiftly flew away, the ground cracking from the impact of Altai's strike. Stop flying and fight me. Fight me. Altai yelled furiously at Perona, who hovered in the air surrounded by ghosts. You're so wild, Perona replied calmly, further enraging Altai. The woman's fury was so intense that she began transforming into her full Pachycephalosaurus form. Altai bent her legs and charged at Perona with all her strength. But as she leaped, Perona raised her hand. A ghost emerged, passing through Altai. Upon being hit, Altai lost her balance and crashed to the ground. I'm so useless. I should just be a flea. Altai murmured, sinking into depression under the ghost's effect. Some beast pirates watching the fight were stunned by their companion's pitiful state. Altai had no time to recover or react. Perona used sorrow, appeared before her, raised her closed umbrella coated in hockey, and struck Altai's head. Even in her transformed state, Altai couldn't withstand the blow. A resounding explosion echoed, and she fell to the ground with her eyes rolled back, utterly defeated. The entire area fell silent as Altai lay unconscious, while Perona floated in the air with her ghosts, her umbrella open now. No one dared challenge her, stepping back in fear. "No! What is happening?" shouted Who's Who was struggling elsewhere on the battlefield. The entire area around him was blanketed by a blizzard created by Monet, wielding her devil fruit powers. Who's Who shivered in the cold, while even other beast pirates in the area were freezing, their clothing in tatters from the extreme conditions. "Boss, Who's Who is in trouble," one of his subordinates exclaimed. They could see nothing, but suddenly, a massive shadow began to emerge from within the snowstorm, growing larger in front of Who's Who. Everyone stared in terror as it increased in size. She's a monster." Others murmured, frightened as they watched Monet emerge from the snow, forming the figure of a colossal angel. Before Who's Who could react, Monet raised a snow-covered fist shaped by the shadow, coated it in hockey, and charged forward. Her strike hit the enemy with such force that it destroyed part of the surrounding area, creating an explosion. Who's Who couldn't even use his devil fruit powers. As the blizzard finally began to subside, the body of Who's Who lay on the ground, defeated. Though the snow lingered in the area, the temperature started to rise as Monet deactivated her powers. She advanced toward the remaining beast pirates, who began to scream before being swiftly defeated as well. Well, it seems everyone has finished their fights. All three calamities, the Sweet Commanders, and the Flying Six, defeated. Only minor skirmishes remain now, commented Reiju, using her hockey to sense what was happening around them. Kuina and Hugo also approached, dragging some fallen enemies across the ground. "Yes, it looks like we're done here." Robin joined the group, accompanied by Domino. Perona and Monet also arrived as everyone regrouped. They observed the conscious members of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom's subordinates trembling in fear as they stared at them. "It can't be. All the leaders have been defeated. Both Kaido's and Lady Big Mom's commanders. How could this happen?" The enemies murmured in disbelief. "How can they be so strong? I can't believe our strongest members were defeated so quickly. Don't give up. Boss Kaido is still fighting alongside Lady Big Mom. We must trust them," some subordinates shouted, trying to rally morale. "Yes. Trust Lord Kaido. He'll defeat Straw Hat." The Straw Hat crew members ignored the desperate cries of the remaining enemies. "Well, it seems Luffy is the only one still fighting on the rooftop," Kuina commented. "Should we go help him?" "I don't think he'd like that." "After all, he didn't give us any orders," replied Lamy. "Then why is Zoro heading up there right now?" Reiju asked, noticing Zoro climbing and breaking through floors and walls, advancing rapidly toward the rooftop. "She must have gotten lost," Kuina sighed, observing the scene and wondering what Zoro was doing. Chapter 472, The Wano War 12. Third-person POV. New word. Zoro continued breaking walls as he tried to reach the location where the others were, unaware that he had already surpassed the upper limits of Onigashima due to his invincible ability to get lost. He finally approached the last exit, and as he smashed through the final wall, the night sky appeared before him. He found himself ascending into the sky, surprised by the sight. Zoro murmured, sensing a presence beside him. When he turned, he saw a group of 4 men dressed in white, who seemed equally surprised to see him appear out of nowhere. "Hey, you!" Zoro said in a serious tone. "You're not members of Kaido's or Big Mom's army, are you? Those outfits. You're from the world government, aren't you?" The men immediately tensed. The first of them, who was closest, shouted, "Execute the mission, even if it costs your lives." "I'll hold him off." Zoro didn't hesitate as the man charged toward him. With a swift motion, Zoro decapitated him, but before the body fell, the man activated a smoke bomb, momentarily obscuring Zoro's vision. Zoro quickly swung his sword, clearing the smoke with a clean slash. However, by the time he could see again, the remaining 3 agents had already gained distance, heading into the heart of Onigashima. They used techniques like Jeppo and Saro to move swiftly toward the battlefield where the Yonkos were fighting. Zoro clenched his teeth, irritated by the intentions of those men. Damn it! Zoro growled, spinning his sword and releasing a wave of Odin's energy to try to strike them. The agents, noticing the attack, reacted quickly. One of them kicked another and pushed others out of the energy's path, which was about to hit not just them but the ground of Onigashima. As the slash neared, one of the men in a white suit simply vanished, avoiding Zoro's attack. The energy strike tore through the ground, causing a massive explosion that passed through the ceiling and reached the island's end, drawing everyone's attention nearby who were engaged in battle. What was that? Luffy murmured as he continued his fierce exchange of punches with Bullet. The haki from both was so strong it caused explosions in the area as lightning struck around them. The two world government agents, now free from Zoro's attack, advanced quickly, splitting into two groups. One headed directly toward Luffy, seizing an opening in the middle of his clash with Bullet. The agent managed to appear between them, enduring the heat and attacks from their haki, which could have harmed him, but he endured. Disappearing as both Luffy and Bullet sensed his presence, he reappeared directly in front of Luffy's chest using Saro, pointing his fingers at Luffy's heart. Die, Monkey D. Luffy, the agent exclaimed, preparing to strike with Shirgan and haki. Luffy and Bullet were surprised by the man's sudden intrusion between them. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Bullet narrowed his eyes, starting to grow enraged by the interruption. However, Luffy reacted faster, unleashing a special ability that caused an explosion to erupt around his body. The flames of chaos rapidly expanded, engulfing everything nearby in an instant, even as his fist remained connected with Bullet's. The explosion was so intense that Bullet was thrown backward, injured by its force. The world government agent, however, had no chance to react or execute his attack to destroy Luffy's heart. He was disintegrated by the explosion. The impact completely obliterated the area in a 30-meter radius, leaving behind only a massive crater, with all surrounding matter pulverized. Luffy was flung back, watching the flames surrounding his body. He still endured Bullet's attack. He looked around, alert to the situation, realizing there could be more agents who shouldn't have been there but had somehow appeared. His gaze shifted to the side, where he saw his sister in the moments before she clashed fists directly with Kaido. He was shocked to notice a man in white suddenly emerging and charging toward her. The sight brought to Luffy's mind the memory of that moment in the original story, when the agent had paralyzed Luffy. He would never let his sister reach that point, and urgency took over his body. The government sent agents here, then. He thought quickly. Using Jeppo to balance himself in the air, he wasted no time and generated energy around his sword after drawing Ace, launching a swift and precise slash. The agent didn't even have time to react. His body was split in half, leaving a trail of chaos flames. In the next moment, the strike tore through the ceiling of Onigashima with overwhelming force. I did it. Luffy murmured, but he had spoken too soon. The next instant, something unexpected happened. Another agent appeared out of nowhere, growing in size. He possessed a diminishing Akuma no Mi, allowing him to reduce his stature at will, which had helped him evade Zoro's earlier strike. The agent then charged at Lucy through the opening, advancing with Jeppo and Saru. His sister was surprised when she felt someone grab her arm, while Kaido also opened his eyes in shock. Activating Tech Eye, Iron Body, on Lucy, she felt her body stiffen, unable to move, just as she delivered a final punch to Kaido. Bullet had already risen but did not move, watching the situation with narrowed eyes from the hole where Luffy had thrown him. Luffy knew he couldn't save his sister in time with the agent using his ability on her. I'll have to use this. Luffy murmured internally. He then activated the power of his Akuma no Mi. The entirety of Onigashima was affected as he utilized an advanced ability, freezing time around him. Moa Moa no Mi, time, apply, 0.0001 times. Suddenly, everything became static, though not entirely frozen, as everything moved in extreme slow motion. Luffy had slowed time with a technique he had developed over the past year. He knew he couldn't sustain this ability for long, but it would give him a chance. Moving at high speed through the frozen space, he reached Lucy at the exact moment Kaido was lowering his weapon. With a single blow, Luffy severed the head of the CP0 agent clinging to Lucy's arm, freeing his sister from imminent danger. Without losing time, he kicked Lucy away, pushing her out of the path of Kaido's devastating attack, which was about to strike her. Luffy knew he couldn't maintain his ability any longer. He let it go and found himself in the path of Kaido's attack. As time returned to normal, Kaido didn't have a chance to react before delivering a direct blow to Luffy, who had appeared in Lucy's place as she was flung away. Luffy began to feel the attack burying into his chest as he tried to withstand it and activated his fruit to endure the impact. Moa Moa no Mi, defense, apply, 200 times. The force of the impact was monstrous. Kaido's attack, combined with Luffy's extreme durability, caused the entire area around them to explode. Lucy, dazed, fell backward, bouncing off the ground like a balloon, losing her inflated form and returning to normal. She got up and looked, horrified, at the sight of her brother taking a direct hit. Luffy! Lucy screamed, running back to the area where Kaido had struck him. Kaido, still shocked, stared at the field of destruction his attack had caused. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring the view. What was that? Kaido murmured, stunned, as he watched Luffy's silhouette emerge from the debris. Don't worry, Kaido. Your attack really hurt, but it's far from defeating me. Luffy's voice echoed as he reappeared in his hybrid form. Blood trickled from his face, mouth, and chest, where Kaido's Kanabo had struck him. You withstood my attack. Kaido murmured, internally shocked. He was furious about the agents appearing in the middle of the battle but never imagined someone could take a direct hit of that magnitude and still remain standing. You could say that, Luffy replied. It seems the world government is trying to interfere with us. He glanced at the severed head of a CP0 agent rolling in the distance, along with the bodies split and disintegrated by his and Zoro's attacks. Luffy! Lucy approached, running, visibly shaken. Luffy looked at her, then at Kaido. Let me talk to my sister quickly before we continue the fight, he requested. Then, Luffy vanished, reappearing beside Lucy. He deactivated his hybrid form while Bullet observed the scene from a distance. Despite being dissatisfied with the interruption, Bullet remained silent, understanding the situation. Luffy, are you okay? Why did that man interfere in the fight? Lucy asked, worried, scanning Luffy's body for any severe injuries. Don't worry about that, sister, Luffy replied, shaking his head. I'm fine. It hurt a little, but I'll survive. Now, I need you to do something. He touched the area above Lucy's heart, surprising her, and continued, feel the beat, Lucy. It's time for you to awaken, Nika. Remember the training in Skypiea. Unleash the power that can protect all your comrades. Lucy fell silent, processing Luffy's words as he insisted, it's time for you to awaken it, Lucy. Use the true power of your Akuma no Mi. I'll be waiting for it. With a smile, Luffy began to move away from his sister. He disappeared again, reappearing in front of Bullet. Sorry about that, he said, spitting some blood as his icon regeneration began to heal his wounds. It's fine, Bullet responded tersely. Let's continue, then, Luffy nodded, slamming his fists into the ground as he prepared, transforming back into his hybrid form. Lucy, still watching her brother return to fight from a distance, turned her gaze resolutely to Kaido. She took a deep breath. Kaido, she shouted firmly, our fight wasn't interrupted, but it's far from over. Kaido narrowed his eyes, noting Lucy's determination. Let's continue, brat, he said in a threatening tone. Though he noticed Big Mom and Yamato's battle in the distance, he refocused entirely on Lucy, recognizing her as an unexpected adversary. Give me a minute, Lucy requested, closing her eyes. She clasped her fists together and began to concentrate. Remember the beat. It's time to awaken, Nika. Luffy's words echoed in her mind as she delved inward. Slowly, Lucy began to visualize her fruit amidst the strange darkness, feeling it respond as though it were alive. Her heartbeat grew stronger, syncing with the dormant power inside her. Then, the first beat of the drums of liberation began. Chapter 473, The Wano War 13. Third-person POV. New word. Let's keep going, said Luffy, as he unleashed his flames, entering once again into the hybrid form of his mythical Akuma no Mi. Bullet stared at him intensely, beginning to use his own Akuma no Mi. The ground beneath their feet started to disintegrate as he increased his power and strength. Bullet did not lag behind in releasing his Akuma no Mi as well, intensifying his energy even further, and both began to exchange devastating blows. The flames of Luffy and the power of Bullet clashed in a frenetic battle of hockey. The world government has interfered, and I won't forget that, shouted Bullet, with a stern look. He stopped paying attention to the fights around him and turned his full attention back to Luffy as their battle resumed with intensity. But what matters now is our fight. Meanwhile, of all the battles happening on the roof, the most intense was between Yamato and Big Mom. Zoro, after checking that Luffy was dealing with the world government agents, returned to watching the distant battles without getting involved in any. Suddenly, the entire battlefield felt the fusion of haki from Yamato and Big Mom, releasing all their strength. Lightning spread throughout the area, indicating that the contest between the two had reached its limit. Yamato hurled her kanabo forcefully against Big Mom, who defended herself using a combination of her brute strength, King's Haki, and the powers of Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon. The fight continued intensely, with no clear winner. "I will not lose to a brat," yelled Big Mom. She refused to accept the idea that a young woman, less than half her age, could surpass her. Big Mom was the strongest woman in the world and would not allow anyone to outdo her. However, Yamato's gaze was fierce. She used her awakened fruit, employing all her strength. Anyone collapsing under the impact of their attacks would be defeated. Then a confrontation between ice and flames and electricity continued for long seconds, while the haki of both made the entire Onigashima tremble. Even the sea around was agitated, as tiny points glimmered in the night sky, a result of the intensity of the combat. Kaido, who was there against Lucy, momentarily stopped to watch the girl with closed eyes, seeing the dispute at its peak. Suddenly, the ground beneath Big Mom began to crack. Startled, she looked around in panic. "Damn! I'm being pushed back." It was something she couldn't believe. Yamato continued to pressure her, releasing even more ice, while Big Mom countered with the flames of Prometheus and the lightning of Zeus. The confrontation continued until the ground beneath Big Mom gave way even more. Even with fire and ice colliding, she was losing ground. This shouldn't be possible, thought Big Mom, losing her balance. Her body was thrown backward, leaving a gap for Yamato. Taking advantage of the opening, Yamato forced Big Mom back with all the strength of her kanabo, pushing her back. The blow was so intense that Big Mom was stunned, dropping her sword. "Mama!" Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon shouted together, alarmed by the impact. In the next moment, Yamato advanced and struck Big Mom's head hard, making the woman scream as her eyes turned white from the impact. The entire area began to explode, creating several giant ice spikes amid the destruction. The force of the explosion threw Big Mom into Onigashima. The sound echoed throughout the island, causing it to tremble violently. Those approaching the main area were stunned to see floors being destroyed in front of them as Big Mom was flung to the end of the island, defeated. "What is this? What's happening?" the samurai of Wano shouted, astonished. "Hey, was that?" Nami murmured, frowning as she tried to understand the situation. "That was Big Mom." Usopp responded, confirming as he felt the energy of haki. "Does that mean Big Mom was defeated?" asked Chopper, still surprised. "Yes, it seems so," Usopp replied, already preparing to move forward. "Let's keep going to see what's happening," Yuta said to everyone. In the end, the groups headed towards the main area, where the fights had already ended. When they arrived, they were surprised. "What? There are no more enemies," murmured Frankie, looking around. "Yes, it seems we've won," said Vivi, walking towards the group that included Lamy, Reiju, Robin, and all the others who had fought in the main battles. "You finally arrived. We've finished everything here," Lamy stated calmly. "So, only one fight remains," murmured Beepo, looking up towards the ceiling. He could hear the distant sounds of battles still happening. The beast pirates, except for Kaido, have been defeated, announced a samurai, making everyone around surprised by the outcome. After all, it was easy to get here. The samurais, in turn, began to celebrate. We won. I can't believe it. We defeated the beast pirates, shouted the people of Wano, euphoric. Now only Kaido is left. Monkey D. Luffy must be fighting him, another samurai commented. Let's support our allies, said the warriors as they moved with renewed hope. We finally defeated the Yonkou. The nightmare is over, murmured a young woman among the samurais, whose face was hooded. It was Princess Hiyori. She looked up at the sky, incredulous. Not all fights have ended, Princess Hiyori, commented her bodyguard. The main fight is still pending, but I have no doubt we will come out victorious. It seems that, in the end, your mother's and father's prophecy was wrong, despite nearly 20 years having passed. He murmured, looking around with contained emotion. It doesn't matter now, Hiyori replied, finally with tears in her eyes. Wano will soon be free. Meanwhile, Yamato fell to the ground near the hole created with Big Mom's body, exhausted. She was kneeling, with one knee on the ground, trying to catch her breath after the intense battle. Around her, giant ice stakes rose like monuments to her victory. I won. I defeated Big Mom. Yamato murmured, smiling, still incredulous that she had defeated a Yonkou. She had no idea that her strength could reach such a level at that moment. Slowly getting up, Yamato heard explosions in the distance. Emerging from between the ice stakes, she looked around to check what was happening. The fight at other points of Onigashima continued, at least Luffy's, while his father was watching her, with Lucy still standing near him with her eyes closed. Inside Onigashima, Lami had disappeared from the main room and was now advancing to the roof using teleportation. She observed the situation from afar, trying to see the ongoing battles. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky at that moment, illuminating the night, while Enel calmly flew over the roof, watching the unfolding fights below. Kato looked at Yamato, stunned, realizing she had really defeated Big Mom. However, a strange drum sound made him immediately turn forward. He saw only Lucy, standing, eyes closed, making no move. No further drum sound was heard by Kato, but he knew something was changing in that woman. However, those who could hear the voice of all things still felt the drums beating. Meanwhile, Luffy exploded the area once again in his fight against Bullet. His gaze fell on Lucy at the sound of the drums beginning to emerge. She's managing to do it, finally, murmured Luffy, before disappearing and charging forward with a direct attack against Bullet. The two began to exchange blows at an extremely high speed, disappearing and reappearing as the place became chaotic. The attacks were so intense that they completely destroyed one of the large horns of Onigashima. Thousands of kilometers away, in the Grand Line, someone was in a location known only to a select group of people. Not even the kings gathered in that place knew that person. A mysterious figure, veiled, gently held a butterfly in their hands, seemingly admiring the insect calmly. However, the butterfly suddenly became startled, and the mysterious person turned towards a certain direction, their face showing a look of surprise. That's it, murmured the figure, barely believing. That drum. Their voice echoed softly, repeating, I heard it. The first beat of the drum of liberation. The figure seemed to feel the power of the strongest haki that had ever existed in the world. Joy Boy. Meanwhile, outside of Mary Geo's, back in the New World, something else was happening. A gigantic being, with a body so immense it surpassed the clouds, moved its head forward, staring intently in a certain direction. The movement surprised the minks who lived in Zou, as that place, usually calm, had suddenly changed. Zou had moved on its own, as if drawn to something. Zou remained looking for a while, until the second beat echoed, and then the third. Slowly, the rhythm of the drums increased. Could this be, thought Zou. Although no one could hear its voice, its opaque eyes were fixed in the direction from which the drums came. Then, the drums began to play in a unique and powerful rhythm. These are the drums of liberation. I can hear them, murmured Zou, barely believing. How long? How long has it been since I heard them? 800 years. It paused and continued, with intense emotion in its voice, "This can only mean one thing. Joy Boy is back," it exclaimed with all its might. Zoe desperately wanted to go to that place and meet the person making the drums resonate, but knew it could not. After all, it was bound there, as a punishment that had lasted more than 800 years. It could only watch, unable to move, as the drums continued to play, marking the return of something grandiose. Meanwhile, the sounds of liberation continued to echo through Onigashima, while only Luffy and Lucy could hear them, the drums beating in a unique rhythm, announcing something grandiose. Kaido, standing in front of Lucy, didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't hear the drums, but he could see the changes occurring in her. Lucy's body began to emit white smoke, which made Kaido furrow his brow. "What is this?" asked Kaido, not understanding what was happening. Lucy's hair began to change, turning white as snow. Her appearance took on a much stranger form, while her haki exploded with intensity. The energy spread across the roof of Onigashima, surprising Enel, Yamato, Zoro, and Lamy, who were also present at the location. Luffy, watching from afar while exchanging blows with Bullet, cracked a smile when he realized what was happening. He threw another punch at his opponent, but Bullet, determined, kept his focus on the fight, ignoring everything around. Suddenly, a playful and shrill feminine laughter echoed through Onigashima. Ha, 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 ha. It was a contagious laugh, signifying that Joy Girl had finally awakened. Chapter 474, The Wano War 14. Third-person POV. New word. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder with every exclamation, while a surge of energy began to fill the ceiling, imbued with both Conqueror's haki and armament haki simultaneously. Those who had already finished their fights turned to look at Lucy, incredulous at what they were witnessing, questioning what was happening to her. Her laughter echoed so intensely that it seemed to reach both inside and outside of Onigashima, accompanied by lightning that illuminated the interior. Everyone in the fleet in Wano's army looked up, astonished, as the streaks of haki passed above them. "What is this? Something's happening up there. Who's laughing like that?" someone asked, confused, while the others kept their gazes fixed on the ceiling. No one truly understood what was going on. Even Bonnie, who had been searching for Joy Boy since the beginning of her journey, couldn't grasp the origin of that feminine laughter. Luffy had never mentioned anything like this to her. He had only said she would find answers about Joy Boy during her travels. Yamato, Zoro, Lamy, and Enel watched Lucy acting strangely on the roof. She continued laughing in front of Kaido, who stared at her while bolts of Conquerors and armament haki streaked across the sky around them. Suddenly, the ground began to change texture, becoming rubbery and forming waves that rippled throughout Onigashima, while her laughter expanded even further. She's awakening her fruit," Kaido said in astonishment, feeling the ground beneath his feet shift. The surroundings turned into something akin to a trampoline, forcing even Kaido to struggle for balance as Lucy's transformation progressed. Her hair finally turned completely white, and a radiant aura surrounded her body. Amid the thunder enveloping her, Lucy stood tall, continuing to laugh. Then, bolts of lightning shot from her body toward the sky, splitting it wide open and revealing the full moon. "This is getting so fun," Lucy exclaimed with a smile, while Kaido stood speechless, stunned by her transformation. "Why is she changing her appearance and awakening her fruit at the same time?" Kaido muttered, unable to look away. "What kind of fruit is this? Wasn't it the Gomu Gomu no Mi?" Kaido had never been deeply interested in Lucy, nor had he investigated the specifics of her fruit, focusing only on Luffy. He only knew it was a paramecia, but her transformation left him dumbfounded. Her appearance, the power emanating from her. Everything seemed beyond his comprehension, as her transformation resembled that of a Zoan and an awakening of a paramecia simultaneously. "What kind of form is this?" Kaido asked, while even Bullet halted his fight with Luffy to observe the scene. Luffy, too, stopped attacking, raising an eyebrow as he looked at Lucy. Seeing Bullet's puzzled expression, Luffy smiled. "This is Nika, the sun god," he said with a grin, turning to Bullet. "Don't be surprised. Devil fruits are born from people's desires. Some of them wish to become gods. He spoke before turning back to the demon's heir. Bullet remained serious, staring at Luffy intently. Had he gone with Roger to the final island and learned the truth? If that were the case, Bullet should understand what this meant and who the previous Joy Boy was. Yet at the same time, Luffy couldn't discern what Bullet's expression truly revealed as the man kept his narrowed eyes on him. Let my sister fight Kaido, Luffy concluded before facing Bullet again. Let's continue. Bullet planted one foot back, assuming a combat stance. The next moment, both disappeared, rushing toward each other and resuming their fight. The impact of their blows caused a burst of haki that reverberated across the entire island. Meanwhile, Lucy continued laughing, the clear sky above her mirroring her transformation. She looked at Kaido and smiled, still releasing haki in visible waves, unable to control it. Fixing her eyes on her opponent, she said firmly, "Let's continue." Lucy leaped into the air, positioning herself before the full moon, creating an almost mythical symbol of Nika. Then, she bit her thumb with her teeth, inflating her hand with air. Her hand began to grow until it became gigantic, something completely out of the ordinary. Kaido watched with a mix of astonishment and apprehension as Lucy stretched out her arm, forming an enormous clenched fist, ready to strike him. She then swung her arm downward in a powerful hammer-like motion, covering her entire enemy with her giant, elastic hand. Kaido quickly raised his kanabo to shield himself. As soon as the blow landed, he lost his balance, the ground beneath his feet starting to give way, transforming into rubber. Surprised, he staggered, losing control and taking the full brunt of the attack. When he was flung upward, it felt as though he were on a trampoline. Lucy pulled her fist from the ground, ready to continue her assault. Kaido found himself airborne again, gritting his teeth. Before he could react, two enormous arms appeared on either side of him and clapped together, slamming him with powerful palms, leaving him dazed. The hands pulled back but returned to strike him repeatedly in an iconic sequence. Yamato was in shock at what he was witnessing, as were the other Straw Hats on the rooftop. They all watched as Lucy relentlessly pounded Kaido until he finally acted. Swiftly, Kaido transformed into his dragon form, gaining the advantage in size. Turning toward Lucy, he gathered fire energy in his mouth before unleashing a direct attack on her. Lucy was caught off guard. The attack struck her, leaving a trail of white smoke as she was flung a great distance with a comical yell. Her body even passed by where Luffy and Bullet were fighting. Still, Lucy quickly recovered, spinning midair before turning her focus back to the blue dragon. Adjusting her body in the air, she began to run, floating as if the sky were solid beneath her feet. Luffy glanced at her briefly, looking stunned. He wasn't used to seeing something like this, even Nika's abilities left him amazed. As Lucy returned to face the dragon, Onigashima was filled with the sounds of explosions, with the main battles now boiling down to just two pairs of combatants, while the rest watched intently. Meanwhile, the other Straw Hats and Wano's warriors handled the defeated enemies. The people of Wano observed from afar, wondering what was happening. The sky was still lit up with lightning and intense attacks of various colors. They watched the battles reflected in the horizon's light, trying to comprehend the events that would shape their land's future. "Will they be okay?" a woman asked, gazing at the illuminated sky. She hadn't joined the war because her brother, a samurai, hadn't let her go. All she could do was watch, hoping he would keep his promise. Others remembered Luffy's words, hoping he would deliver the victory he had promised. Throughout Wano, many people shared the same thoughts, unaware of the details. The explosions in the sky and the strange laughter, which had begun to echo out of nowhere, could be heard even in the most distant villages on the other side of the country. Everything pointed to an intense battle, with the fight still at its peak. "Big brother," Tama whispered, gazing into the distance alongside trusted villagers. Kazuki Sukiyaki hadn't allowed her to go, hoping that Luffy would truly defeat the evil dragon. Meanwhile, at sea, the waves began to stir. Ships appeared on the horizon, a fleet so massive it seemed infinite. They weren't 10, nor 100, but 800 ships advancing, loaded with immense military power. Their sails were white, but they did not belong to the navy, they were from the world government. "We're approaching, sir," murmured one of the men commanding a ship. The captain positioned his den mushi, observing the dark sky illuminated by the distant attacks on the horizon. Wano was just a small point in the distance, but it was the fleet's destination. "We're certain we won't be detected," he said confidently as they continued to advance. "I see, our CP0 agents have all been eliminated," murmured Saturn on the other end of the line. He had just received the news from the CPS headquarters in Mary Geos. The Vivre cards of the 4 agents sent on the mission had all burned, indicating that the mission might have failed. Saturn furrowed his brow. He still didn't know exactly what was happening in Wano, as there was no longer any contact with the team dispatched. They couldn't even contact a Marine member who had infiltrated the Beast Pirates. The only other potential source of information would have been Drake, but he had already fallen before the battle began. Saturn took a deep breath and issued new instructions. "In any case, keep the transmission open at all times. I want to know everything that's happening in real time," he said. "Yes, sir." A government agent replied. The man aboard the ship turned and looked behind him, seeing a throng of soldiers and government agents. Among them was a peculiar figure with white wings and 2 pacifistas stationed on each ship. This agent had seen much in his service to the government but had never witnessed anything like this before. He knew the government considered these forces their new weapon to fight against the Straw Hats or any other enemy. Swallowing hard, he wondered how the Straw Hats could possibly contend with 800 ships filled with such monstrosities. In the Pangea castle chamber, Saturn continued watching the visuals for a few seconds before picking up a communicator. Meanwhile, in the meeting of kings, the world leaders had been debating for hours about the abolition of the Shichibukai system and other matters. As the discussions progressed, they began to hear about new strategies to deal with pirates and even the Revolutionary Army. At that moment, the Den Den Mushi rang in one of the Gorosei's hands. "All troops are in position." "It's almost time," Saturn's voice resonated throughout the room. The elder who answered the call looked at the others in the chamber, nodding toward his fellow elders. None of the kings and queens present understood what was happening, gazing in surprise and confusion, but soon they would start receiving transmissions about the event. Meanwhile, farther out than even the Navy's fleet, in a location undetectable to the government, another group of ships was also approaching. "We can't get any closer, Captain." "There's an enormous government force ahead," reported a man who seemed to appear out of nowhere as if he had teleported. "Say ha 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 ha." Blackbeard laughed loudly, staring at the horizon. "Looks like we'll have to wait a bit longer." He anticipated that the Straw Hats would already be exhausted after their fight against Kaido and Big Mom. There was no doubt in his mind that Luffy and his crew would defeat the 2 Yonko. Even so, he was surprised by the sheer strength the government had deployed. "I hope they weaken each other even more," Blackbeard muttered. "It'll be the perfect opportunity to take down the Straw Hat crew at their lowest point. We'll defeat them and steal their devil fruits and powers. And the poneglyphs." "Say ha 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 ha." Blackbeard continued laughing, his eyes fixed on the dark horizon. Occasional flashes of light could be seen in the distance, marking the direction of Wano. Although the island itself was out of sight from their position, it was clear that the battle there was intense. Blackbeard patiently awaited the right moment to strike. Chapter 475, The Wano War 15. Third-person POV. New word. With explosive sounds, the night sky, along with the moon, projected itself over Onigashima, until the entire roof of the island exploded at that moment, devastating the entire area. The ground cracked as dust and debris rose into the air. When the smoke settled across Onigashima's roof, everyone not involved in the fight shielded themselves from it. Explosions echoed in a corner while Luffy and Bullet kept fighting without paying attention to the changing scenery. In the midst of the dust cloud, they moved at high speed. The cause of the earlier explosion was Kaido, who had been trying to hit Lucy. As the smoke began to recede, Lucy started laughing again. Her laughter echoed throughout the area as she emerged with her entire body darkened, only to return to normal after spinning her body once more. As they say, she possessed the most absurd power in the world, and everyone watching this fight had stunned faces. "This is so much fun," she exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably with excitement. Luffy and Bullet kept fighting. Kaido, in the sky, looked toward where Lucy was laughing, sensing something heading his way. Suddenly, a giant hand emerged from the smoke caused by the explosion and grabbed him, pulling him down forcefully. Stunned, Kaido couldn't react in time, letting out a loud cry as he was dragged downward. The smoke began to dissipate with the wind caused by the sheer force of Kaido's descent. Lucy made him spin, allowing everyone to see what she was doing. She hurled him forward, slamming him against the ground repeatedly from side to side. Even in his dragon form, Kaido couldn't break free. Lucy's body appeared more muscular, and her strength was astounding. Another massive explosion occurred when Kaido tried to rise. The impact cracked the ground as he was thrown a distance away, still trying to recover. "Hey, I don't think we'll be able to keep fighting here. This place is too small," Luffy said, dodging a punch from Bullet. "You should focus on our fight," replied Bullet, absorbing rocks from the ground. However, he didn't seem to care about Luffy's words and continued exchanging punches fiercely. Luffy, thinking about what to do since their fight might destroy all of Onigashima due to Bullet's power, started steering their clash in a particular direction. Flames began erupting from his arm as it collided with Bullet's colossal fist of rocks. Bullet was surprised by Luffy's increasing strength, as the tide of the battle began to turn in Luffy's favor. "Flaming Comet Punch!" Luffy exclaimed. The next moment, the entire area started to explode. Space seemed to distort as uncontrolled flames erupted everywhere. Bullet barely had time to react before feeling his rock fist being obliterated. The area detonated in a massive burst of flames, launching him out of Onigashima like a meteor. Everyone shielded their eyes from the intense explosion, watching in shock. Bullet spat blood as he collided with the ground moments later. "I felt that," he murmured, trying to halt the impact. Finally, he slowed down and stood upright, though weakened. As the smoke cleared, he looked around, checking his surroundings. Bullet couldn't even see Onigashima's skull in the distance. Instead, he saw icy peaks near him and a much larger peak farther away. He realized he was in Wano. "That brat sent me here," he muttered before noticing flames exploding in the air and rapidly rising. Moments later, he advanced with full force. Luffy, now in his hybrid form with wings, descended like a meteor toward the area, causing it to explode once more. They were in the Ringo region, and people across the entire island watched as a line of flames surged toward that part of the island. The fiery line, like a meteor on the horizon, devastated the entire area, with light erupting in the distance. Everyone wondered what was happening, especially with the second explosion appearing on the horizon as Luffy headed toward Bullet. Suddenly, everything turned purple, lighting up the dark sky. When the light returned to normal, worried voices from the non-combatant inhabitants were heard. "Hey, are they fighting here? Who's causing this? Is it Kaido?" someone quickly asked, standing up to observe the situation. Meanwhile, the fight between Luffy and Bullet continued. They exchanged fierce punches, colliding underground as the fight raged on, causing the entire area to explode as their supersonic blows connected. Then, at one point, Bullet found an opening and punched Luffy, sending him flying out of the area. Luffy collided with one of the icy mountains near the cemetery, causing part of the terrain to crumble and a section of the peak to fall. "That guy's got a hell of a hook," Luffy murmured, spitting out some blood as he stood in the destroyed area. He looked ahead, surprised, raising an eyebrow as he saw the entire region beginning to darken. "I was afraid he'd do this in Onigashima. That's why I brought him here. I'm glad it didn't happen there, since he can't absorb all of Wano, it's too big. But he's definitely going to take one of the regions for himself," Luffy muttered, keeping a close eye on Bullet's actions. Bullet began using his full power. He started absorbing everything around him, except the cemetery. The entire surrounding area was drained, and his body began growing to a colossal size. He reached 100 meters, then 200, 300, 400, 500 meters, until he reached an astounding 1,000 meters tall. He was so massive that people from distant regions began noticing the creature appearing on the horizon. Despite the distance, Bullet's colossal size was evident. "I don't remember him being this tall," Luffy murmured, surprised to see Bullet standing 1,000 meters tall. He was gigantic, far larger than depicted in the original story. The people in Ringo quickly began running, trying to escape the destruction and the massive colossus resembling a mountain. The war had invaded their lands. A giant monster was taking shape before them. So be it. Luffy murmured before taking a deep breath. He leaped from the high ground as Bullet towered over him. Even hundreds of meters in the air, as he descended toward the ground, his body began to ignite. In the next moment, he exploded into flames. Bullet turned his face downward, staring at Luffy, who hit the ground in his 50-meter-tall Ifrit form, surrounded by a fiery explosion. Luffy roared, advancing to face Bullet. Their final battle began there. Despite being 20 times smaller than Bullet, Luffy wasn't intimidated. He began unleashing the power of his Moa Moa no Mi fruit, exponentially increasing his size. His current level allowed him to grow up to 20 times larger. Ifrit began to grow and grow, surprising even Bullet. He, too, became a fiery monster the size of a mountain. The people watched, shocked, as another colossal creature emerged. Until Ifrit reached Bullet's size, standing at an impressive 1,000 meters tall. Who is that? Why are there monsters here? Someone asked, staring in fear. Back in Onigashima, the events in Wano were also noticed after Luffy launched Bullet like a meteor off the roof and followed him before anyone could react. Luffy? Yamato murmured, looking toward Wano. A glow appeared on the horizon, and from that distance, it was possible to see the massive figures, leaving everyone there stunned by their size. How big must they be to be visible from here? Lami asked, still incredulous. So this is the true size of that demon? Enel murmured, watching with interest. At the same time, as they witnessed the enormous figures, Kaido's battle also intensified. At that moment, Lucy appeared from the sky. After her fight escalated back into the heights, her massive body emerged from the clouds. She laughed as she struck Kaido square in the face. He was caught off guard by the impact, being hurled against Onigashima's roof. Hey, what are we going to do now that the fights are over, except for that one out there? One of the samurai asked the members of the Straw Hats. Quick, restrain everyone and keep them under control, without any fatalities, said Usopp to the samurai. What is he planning? Sparing them, another asked, suspicious. Yes, we have some plans for these people, so they shouldn't be harmed, Usopp explained seriously. No one argued further. After all, the Straw Hats had led the fight and claimed victory. The samurai decided to let them handle things their way. Amazing! We've already won the fight, exclaimed Bartolomeo, excited, stars in his eyes. He began taking photos of the defeated enemies. What are you doing, Bartolomeo? Asked Perona. I'm keeping a record. I'm going to make several murals. This will be incredible. Bartolomeo replied enthusiastically, while everyone sighed, watching him photograph all the enemies. Suddenly, Onigashima began to tremble. Hey, shouldn't we go outside to check how the fights are going? Asked Yuta. Of course, let's go. Reiju responded as she began to leave the area. The others decided to follow. Several members of the Straw Hats, along with Boa Hancock and various fleet captains, also moved toward the roof after an opening was created by one of Lucy's attacks. As they entered the area, Lucy was still battling Kaido, with Yamato, Zoro, and Lami watching from the side. Lucy moved rapidly across the island, using her elastic arms and even the ground itself to propel her forward. She and Kaido exchanged intense attacks, generating shockwaves and explosions of haki. The fight was both spectacular and fierce. Kaido, in his hybrid form, struggled to keep up with Lucy's frantic pace. Luffy was overpowering him as he began taking a beating. After all, Luffy was incredibly versatile in addition to her powers. She had mastered all the 6 best combat styles in the world and all levels of advanced haki even before leaving Skypiea. Kaido was feeling the immense power of his opponent as he struggled to escape the pressure the girl, with her absurd abilities, was exerting on him. At that moment, Bonnie also climbed up to watch the fight, her eyes widening in astonishment as she saw Lucy laughing, her eyes shining with a dazzling light. Enel was in the sky, calmly observing the fight on Onigashima, while on the horizon, Luffy and Bullet clashed. The impact of their blows caused massive explosions that lit up all of Wano. Their colossal fists collided with waves of haki, shaking everything around them. Chapter 476, The Wano War 16. Third-person POV. New word. Then it is time to begin. One of the Gorosei said as the others nodded in agreement. Yes. With that, they all decided to proceed with the plan. All the kings watched with curiosity, wondering what they were talking about, as the Gorosei picked up a den mushi and began pointing it toward an area in front of the tables where everyone could see. What is this, Gorosei-sama? One of the kings asked, while the others looked around, wondering what was happening. Makino, Ke, Genzo, and many others had their eyes fixed directly on the projection, which was being turned on, though they still didn't know exactly what was about to happen. Then, the image started to appear, revealing a location in the middle of the sea under the night sky. What place is this? One of the kings cautiously inquired. The sky then began to light up as explosions echoed, and a laughter rang out across the heavens. Ha 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 ha. The laughter made all the elders grimace, wondering whose voice it was. We should have killed her when she was sent to Impel Down before the Marineford War. Saint Marcus Mars commented. Too late to bring that up. But we still have this counterattack. This threat will be eliminated along with her brother. We've invested a lot of time and resources into this attack, and it's time to see the results, Saint Shepherd Jupiter added. The other elders nodded, saying no more as they turned their attention to the kings and nobles, who were looking at them with questioning expressions. We are showing you Wano, Saint Ethan Baron V. and Usjiro explained. What? The place where the war between the Yonku is happening? Is that why you said we would discuss this later? Exclaimed a king from one of the blues, evidently aware of the conflict involving the Straw Hats against Big Mom and Kaido. Yes, we postponed this discussion because we wanted to show you something. After all, with the end of the Shichibukai program, we are theoretically weakening the government's power. They began to speak, leaving everyone in the room with varied expressions. What do you mean? Are you saying there's something to replace them? Another king asked. Yes, we have been developing a program with Vegapunk's help for over 5 years, though we had to accelerate it within the last year. It was originally supposed to be ready 3 years from now, but due to the urgency, we're introducing this operation to you tonight, Saint Topman Warcurie said. And what is it? Queen Kaya asked, her tone filled with concern. We have a weapon unlike anything we've ever created before. We call it the Android Programs, Seraphim and Pacifista V2, St. Marcus Mars revealed. What are these programs? The question came quickly as everyone was stunned by the revelation of these new government weapons. The Pacifistas have received an upgrade to their systems. After collecting data during our attack on the Straw Hats over 2 months ago, we incorporated their combat styles and powers into the system, allowing us to counter them much more effectively than we have in the past, Saint Shepherd Jupiter said, pausing briefly. The Seraphim are clones of the former Shichibukai. Since we possess their genetic data, we have even replicated their devil fruit powers and created multiple clones of them, Saint Shepherd Jupiter continued, as the room grew increasingly shocked by the implications of his words. The androids were the last to be developed. They are a force of CP agents, all modified to use top-tier techniques and equipped with all the data we've embedded in the Pacifistas. They also have special abilities to predict attacks, making them far more efficient than the Pacifistas, he added. How many of these things are we talking about? Genzo asked, swallowing hard as he imagined the kind of power they were discussing. Nami and Nojiko could be in danger. We dispatched 1,000 ships, but only 800 are heading to Wano. Each ship carries 2 Pacifistas, meaning 1,600 Pacifistas are on their way to Wano, along with 100 Seraphim and 200 androids, he said, as the entire room seemed to gulp in unison. This was an absurd number, far greater than what was used in the war, and the Gorosei were well aware of it. This was a power greater than the entire navy, but due to the weakening of the organization and the loss in the last war, the world government decided to spend more resources than ever in its history. They had strengthened themselves to the point of no longer needing to rely on the navy. After all, they now had soldiers who would follow their orders without question. Nothing in the world could defy them. A force like this could destroy an entire blue. Someone murmured, as everyone seemed quite terrified upon hearing such a thing. Yes, but it is a necessary force to eliminate all the threats in this world. We have allowed the pirates to do as they please ever since the rise of the former pirate king. We can no longer tolerate such forces emerging at sea. It's time to prove the power of the world government. One of them said in a somber tone. So you plan to eliminate the 3 Yonko at this moment? Someone asked. Not yet, as you can see, their battle is happening as we speak. Although we don't know exactly what is going on there, we are waiting for things to settle. We are waiting for them to be at their weakest to strike, the Gorosei explained. I see, that sounds very promising. The kings did not hesitate to declare their sovereignty, eager to see these monsters of the sea finally eliminated. Although some in the room looked on with worried and somber expressions, most viewed the Yonko as a scourge, and the majority seemed excited by the government's demonstration. However, a few knew they disliked the government's power, especially now that it was too overwhelming to be trusted in their hands. Today, it was the pirates, tomorrow, it could be them. We look forward to seeing this, said one queen, smiling broadly as she watched the screen, which still displayed the night sky illuminated by flashes of attacks on the horizon. Wait, you said you sent 1,000 ships, but only 800 went to Wano. What happened to the other 200? Queen Makino asked cautiously, directing her question to the elders. We were just about to address that. Well, activate the second screen, one of the 4 said seriously. He gestured, signaling for another display to be turned on. Some staff quickly set up the Den Mushi and complied with the request. Soon, a second screen lit up on the wall, showing another location. But everyone could tell it was the same night sky in the New World. Is that, someone murmured, recognizing Dressrosa alongside other islands in the foreground. Yes, we will launch another attack on Dressrosa, along with other kingdoms that have declared themselves no longer affiliated with the world government, one of the elders explained. Therefore, we will deal with them as well. After all, they are part of the pirate group. The firm tone left everyone a bit surprised. In addition to targeting pirates, the world government would retaliate against kingdoms that were no longer part of its fold. Although the Fishman Island and the Kingdom of Alabasta, which had also refused to attend the reverie, were not mentioned explicitly, the primary target was clearly the territory under the Straw Hat flag in the New World. Do you intend to destroy Dressrosa? Someone asked, concerned. It was evident no one wanted to see a kingdom destroyed simply for declaring independence. We do not intend to destroy them, if that's what you're worried about, one of the Gorosei replied coldly. But we will eliminate all pirates under the Straw Hat flag, along with the royal family, as traitors. We will take over the kingdom and appoint a new king to rule. At that moment, the screen showed another impressive fleet of over 200 ships advancing toward the cluster of islands that Luffy had claimed as his territory, with Bippo using the power of the Fuwa Nomi to keep them afloat. You intend to attack Dressrosa at this moment, someone asked the leader, as the ships continued to advance at full speed toward Dressrosa. Yes. We have no reason to delay. After all, their greatest forces are in Wano. Saint Topman Warcury responded firmly. Picking up a Den Mushi, he issued the command, commence the attack. Saint Topman Warcury gave the order without hesitation. Yes, sir. A voice responded from the other side of the line. Quickly, the attack began. While Dressrosa, along with all the islands under the Straw Hat flag, seemed to be their primary target, on the second screen, which was still active, intense flashes suddenly started to appear. An explosive sound filled the air as the night sky turned yellow, illuminated by a clash of haki greater than any before. The kings were awestruck by the sight, but the Gorosei narrowed their eyes at the unfolding situation. Saint J. Garcia Saturn, what is happening? Saint Shepherd Jupiter Monty asked. Saturn, who was still hidden in another room, responded. It seems the final clash has begun. But there are 2 of them happening. It could be Big Mom and Kaido against the Straw Hats. We're not entirely sure. I see. Very well, prepare for battle, Jupiter replied. All the troops aboard the ships shown on the screen began to mobilize. For the first time, the seraphim, androids, pacifistas, and even some other individuals appeared on the scene. They were unfamiliar to anyone, drawing more questioning glances. These are the Holy Knights, the elite force of the world government. As you can see, we will not accept any outcome other than the destruction of the Straw Hats and the other pirates. We will eliminate, once and for all, this scourge that haunts the world, someone declared firmly. If they continue advancing through the new world, a global war could erupt. But this world government is committed to maintaining order, peace, and, with that, we will eliminate all those who stand in our way, the speaker continued, directing their gaze at the kings and queens present. It was as if a direct message was being delivered to them as well: dare to defy us and see what will happen to you. The kings and queens exchanged tense glances as they watched the two screens. One displayed the attack on Dressrosa already underway, while the other revealed preparations for another battle. Everything pointed to the final fight between Luffy and the two Yonko nearing its conclusion. The world government was finally asserting its sovereignty. The five elders had been planning this for over a year. All the intelligence they had gathered and the resources they had expended culminated in this day. At last, they had the chance to eliminate the world government's most significant targets. Both the second coming of Joy Boy, confirmed through the broadcast, and Monkey D. Luffy, who had become uncontrollable and extraordinarily powerful, would be eradicated. Everything would end tonight, and they were putting all their chips on this moment. Chapter 477, The Wano War 17. Third-person POV. New word. Bullet, in his 1,000-meter form, with a completely dark appearance, stared at the creature before him. He couldn't help but smile as he watched the battle unfold. When he had to measure his strength against an opponent, it was astonishing to find someone who also possessed a gigantic form like his, allowing for a true battle. Meanwhile, the entire crowd closest to the area was running away in desperation, trying to get as far as possible from those monsters. Bullet stared at Luffy, and Luffy stared at Bullet. Both had an intense gleam in their eyes. They longed for this battle. They were excited about the clash happening before them. In the next moment, the two giants touched the ground and charged at each other. Both then raised their fists, and in that instant, silence took over the environment as they approached the next clash, both wielding Conqueror's haki. The impact of their blows was so overwhelming that, for a brief fraction of a second, the sound completely dissipated. During this short period, everything seemed calm, as if the war had never occurred, as if Wano was at peace like it hadn't been in the last 20 years. But this illusion lasted only a moment. The sound of the collision exploded through the air, and in the next instant, all of Wano shone with the force of the impact. The shockwave spread in all directions. The inhabitants of the region saw the flash on the horizon as two colossal creatures clashed with their giant fists, their haki lightning bolts even reaching Onigashima. Luffy's companions quickly shifted their attention from Luffy's battle against Kaido and looked toward Wano in shock. It looked like a sun in the middle of the night, illuminating the entire place with an eerie intensity. While everyone reacted to the scene and the people of Wano continued to flee, even from distant regions to reach the farthest point of the island, Luffy and Bullet continued their fierce struggle. Luffy's fist began to generate purple flames. "He's beating me." Bullet felt the impact and couldn't help but murmur, feeling his own body weaken. His arm began to be consumed by the flames of chaos, whose effect was the destruction of matter, with his haki beginning to lose to his opponents. This gave Luffy an immediate advantage. He advanced without hesitation, destroying his opponent's arm. Bullet lost his balance, and as he staggered, he created enormous cracks in the ground with his feet. The shattered stones from his arm fell like meteors, hitting the terrain with brutality. But fortunately, at that moment, there was no one there to be struck by the debris. Still being pushed back, Bullet looked at Luffy, unable to react in time. Without hesitation, Luffy punched his chin with all his strength. The blow was devastating. The giant creature fell even further back before collapsing, exploding the ground with a weight equivalent to that of a mountain. Still trying to recover, Luffy wouldn't let Bullet have an easy time and quickly raised his giant leg, attempting to stomp on Bullet with full force. However, before the strike could land, Bullet's body began to transform. His dark form dissipated, and before Luffy could even touch the ground with his foot, Bullet was already moving away, his massive body retreating. In the next instant, Bullet rose several kilometers, now back to his normal form, having even reconstructed his lost arm. He did not hesitate and charged at Luffy again with his restored fist, catching Luffy in an opening. Luffy crossed his arms to defend himself, receiving the punch from his opponent and being launched across the ground but still managing to stay firm. He continued trying to stop Bullet's attack as the ground beneath him cracked into two enormous chasms, until he finally managed to halt the assault. Bullet did not give up and pulled his fist back, preparing for another attack, launching it forward with the intent to finish Luffy off. But this time, instead of blocking, Luffy simply dodged with a quick movement of his head. Seizing the moment when Bullet struck nothing but air, Luffy grabbed his opponent's arm, spun him over his shoulder, and brutally slammed him backward into the ground. Hanamaru, who was guarding the cemetery as always, watched in terror as all the smoke and debris spread across the regions. Those gigantic creatures could destroy the entire area with this kind of battle. Luffy still held Bullet's arm tightly while opening his mouth and beginning to generate flames. He spat them directly at his opponent, illuminating him and causing the flames to explode around him. At that moment, he felt his adversary's arms start to soften as the matter distorted, returning to its original state before re-emerging in the middle of the flames as a new colossus. "This guy is persistent," Luffy murmured, looking at him seriously. Bullet took a few steps back before leaping several kilometers, gaining distance to change his strategy against Luffy. Then, he grabbed some stones from the ground and hurled them. Luffy saw this and quickly raised his hand. As soon as the stones left the giant's hands, launched like modern missiles, they were propelled forward and disappeared into the air. Luffy generated flames to counter them, raising his palm forward and rapidly firing fireballs one after another, exploding most of the rocks in midair. But many others still advanced in all directions. Seeing that some of them would hit other regions, he quickly placed his body in front of some while others passed around him, unable to stop them all. Frustrated by this, Bullet continued throwing stones without caring about the consequences. He did not originally intend to hit others, but he was certainly getting carried away by the battle, ignoring the collateral damage. As explosions erupted in various regions of Wano, debris struck houses, destroying multiple city structures and other places. People screamed in despair, not understanding what was happening, some running to save their lives, others at risk of being crushed by the rubble. "This bastard," Luffy murmured, looking at Bullet, who was already picking up more stones. He then looked at a large cliff in Wano, flexed his feet, and shot off at high speed toward it, leaping over all of Wano while his body gleamed with the flames he emitted. The inhabitants of Wano saw the creature of purple flames sliding through the air. Upon reaching the cliff, Luffy grabbed onto the rock, spun his body in midair, and repositioned himself, once again facing his enemy, the other 1,000-meter-tall creature that remained in the Ringo region. Luffy held onto the cliff, watching Bullet prepare another attack. More stones were launched. Luffy raised his arm again and started generating flames, firing at the projectiles like a machine gun with a single hand. The stones he couldn't destroy were hurled upward, completely leaving Wano due to his high position when Bullet aimed at him, preventing them from threatening the regions below. The clash of stones against flames intensified, witnessed by all. Many stared at the colossal creature atop the capital, swallowing hard, trying to comprehend exactly what that thing was. Then, Luffy saw an opening as Bullet grabbed another batch of stones from the ground. He flexed his feet and gripped the cliff, preparing to launch himself with a push. Then, he shot forward, charging at Bullet at full speed. He looked like a meteor in the sky, illuminating Wano once more. Raising both hands forward while his body was already engulfed within the line of flames, Luffy began generating a gigantic fireball in front of him, increasing its size as he advanced. Every stone that came his way was consumed by the fire after Bullet attempted to stop him. Bullet saw this and halted his attacks, realizing they would remain useless. He started concentrating his haki into his hand, preparing for a final strike. Both were ready for the ultimate clash. Luffy's flames grew even larger, as massive as his own body, spanning 1,000 meters in diameter. To all who watched, it seemed as though a purple sun had appeared in the sky of Wano. But just as Bullet was about to strike him, Luffy suddenly shrank in size, reducing himself 20 times until he returned to his original form. This caused his fireball to shrink as well, reverting to a proportional size of 50 meters in diameter. This sudden change made Bullet miss his strike, his eyes widening as he realized the danger. Luffy landed on the ground, creating a quick explosion before shooting upward, charging directly at his opponent's chest while Bullet still had his arm extended forward. Bullet barely had time to react before feeling the impact. The moment Luffy touched his opponent's chest, the fireball became even more intense. He used his speed multiplication, combined with a 1-second command into the future, before also increasing his mass. Bullet felt his body being pushed back with 100 times the force of the attack. Before he could react, he was being launched at high speed into the sky. Ah! Even with his enormous body, he continued being propelled higher and higher. He ascended, rising further and further, and within moments, he was already more than 20,000 meters in the air. Luffy looked on, satisfied, from the ground in Wano, watching the result of his attack. Then, in the next moment, the second command was executed after 1 second. The fireball suddenly began to grow, catching Bullet completely off guard. What? Bullet tried to react, but it was already too late. His body began to disintegrate as the sphere of fire expanded. Luffy had increased his size 100 times, transforming his 50-meter fireball into an astonishing 5-kilometer wide inferno. No one there could have predicted such destructive power. And then, a colossal fireball appeared in the sky, with Bullet still being carried by it. His body could no longer resist. The fireball, now 5 times larger than he was, kept ascending. At 30,000 meters in altitude, an intense light took over the sky. In the next instant, the explosion occurred. The flash engulfed all of Wano, illuminating the sky like never before in history. Even in Mary Geo's, where the elders were watching the battle through a broadcast with the kings, they were all stunned upon seeing the flash. But what shocked them even more was that the light wasn't coming only from the broadcast. They looked out the window and saw the glow of the impact on the real horizon. This came from there, one of the elders murmured, incredulous. The flash remained for several seconds, burning the skies with an overwhelming purple radiance. And then, the sound came. The explosion echoed, and soon, a devastating shockwave swept through everything around. They could see the night clouds simply being pushed away. The windows of Pangaea Castle shattered completely, and the guards along with the kings and queens screamed, startled by the impact. Just like all of Mary Geo's. The explosion was so intense that the entire New World felt its effects. Strong winds shook the islands. The sea churned like never before. For several minutes, the entire New World was covered in an unreal purple glow. It was as if a sun had appeared, but at the same time, it was purple. Even in the blues, like North Blue and West Blue, the glow from Luffy's attack was visible in the sky. Everyone there could witness one of the most terrifying abilities of the one considered to be one of the most powerful pirates in the world. As he demonstrated one of his mass destruction attacks, causing devastation across all regions. Chapter 478, The Wano War 18. Third-person POV. New word. The explosion had already affected almost all the islands of the New World while the sky continued to glow with an intense purple hue. However, if Mary Geo's was affected that way from thousands of kilometers away, Wano was the area that should have taken the most impact. Because Ifrit saw the impact of the explosion coming, with the blinding glow that would blind everyone there, and immediately jumped into the sky while crossing his arms and positioning his wings forward in a defensive stance. Then, he created a purple flame barrier like a shield and quickly increased its size with the Moa Moa no Mi. The shockwave impact arrived the next moment, while Luffy felt his body being thrown backward as soon as the barrier was affected, trying to penetrate it. No! With that, Luffy, in his Ifrit form, gritted his teeth while forcing his body forward, not letting the force penetrate his shield made of his own flames, protecting the entire Wano area. If it failed, the entire country would be devastated, even its mountain would be destroyed. Everyone in Wano looked at the thin flame barrier protecting them while the island trembled because of it. The sky was completely purple, with the explosion still happening above. In Onigashima, everyone stopped to look at the scene, their eyes wide and mouths slightly agape, speechless. Even the most powerful members present watched in shock. Zoro, Lamy, Yamato, Reiju, Hancock, Kaido, and all the others, no one had ever seen such power before. The only thing preventing Onigashima from vanishing with the wave was Luffy's barrier, as the entire sea surrounding Wano was in turmoil, looking like the end of the world outside the shield. Lucy, in her Nika form, looked at it, her eyes popping out of her face in a comical expression. "Lo yu a fifi?" she exclaimed, staring at her brother's power. Meanwhile, outside Onigashima, the 800 government ships were all affected, their fate unknown as the shockwave rushed toward them. Even Blackbeard, despite his confidence, when he saw the explosion appear on the horizon, turning the New World's night into day, simply widened his eyes as a tsunami came for them along with the shockwave. "Captain!" His crew members immediately swallowed hard upon seeing that. The wave spread while Saturn, who was still watching the transmission in a hidden room, remained with the other Gorosei in another chamber along with the kings and queens. He saw the explosion and immediately opened his eyes wide as everything exploded in pink light, momentarily blinding him. It deeply unsettled him. After all, he had spent months surrounded by purple flames when he was trapped in that comet flying through the planet's orbit. The only thing he had seen back then was the flames consuming his body to the point of never fully recovering, even with his special healing abilities. He had only survived due to his unique condition, and Ima-sama had rescued him from it. This? He barely had time to react as the sea simply exploded, and the filming camera cut off the transmission. The next moment, the sky lit up while Saturn looked in that direction before the windows shattered from the force of the impact, forcing his eyes open. What is this? His eyes widened at such power. The kings in the other room were all stunned, their screams of fear and surprise filling the air as they raised their hands to shield themselves from the glass shards. The Gorosei watched attentively for a while as things finally started to calm down, though the explosion was still visible. Who did this to my home? Look at the sky. What is happening? Who dares to ruin my windows? Slaves, clean this up. Who interrupted my dear dinner? The Tenryubitos were all in a bad mood in the city, stepping out of their homes, looking up at the sky, exclaiming and cursing. However, the most furious were those who had been injured, appearing with their helmets destroyed while their bodies bled. I will kill whoever did this to me. Who caused that explosion? Hurry, agents. Find out who did this. The screams continued for a while as all the government men tried to calm them down or search for answers. This is the current power of the Straw Hat Captain, one of the elders murmured, watching carefully. Another was about to speak, but a voice resonated throughout Mary Geos, silencing them and everyone else. Who did this? The voice of Imu, immediately heard, alerted all who knew of him, while the kings and queens felt a chill without even knowing to whom that authoritative tone belonged. We must leave immediately. Stay here. The Gorosei immediately ordered the allied kingdom rulers to remain before they vanished, advancing toward the empty throne without further explanation. The being who was the true ruler of the world was furious. Luffy? Makino murmured, looking at the light in the sky, which was finally beginning to fade. Kobe stood atop one of the Tenryubito houses, speechless as he gazed at the explosion. Luffy? Garp muttered as he stared at the ball of flames. There was no doubt this was an even greater power than the punch he had once clashed with his grandson. But his gaze shifted away from the massive ball of purple fire and back toward the castle, his eyes narrowing. That voice. He murmured darkly. Elsewhere in the New World, the sky shone as bright as the sun itself as many stared at the purple explosion, their expressions filled with astonishment. Shanks, what is that? Lucky Roo exclaimed, looking at the sky, while the rest of the crew gathered, their gazes equally stunned. Could that be? Then Beckman glanced at Shanks with a hint of concern, but Shanks only watched the light with a serious expression. It's Luffy. He murmured, his gaze unwavering. The minks who had stayed behind in Zou looked on in surprise, trying to shield themselves from the shockwave while Zunesha kept walking, gazing in that direction. The drums of liberation are still playing there, what is happening? Without knowing exactly what was transpiring in Wano, he wondered, as no one had spoken to him. In Dressrosa, Gloriosa stood on the balcony with Luffy's children when the sky suddenly lit up. "What?" she exclaimed before sensing what was coming next. "Children, take cover!" she shouted as they all stared at the flames in the sky. The next moment, the shockwave arrived, and she swiftly protected all the children from the flying glass with her staff, while their wide eyes reflected the spectacle before them. She finally let out a breath of relief, checking to see that no one was hurt. It was at that moment that Rayleigh suddenly appeared, quickly assessing the situation. "I see that you and the kids are safe," he remarked with a sigh of relief as well. "Yes, but now, can you tell me what the hell is happening?" she exclaimed, still stunned. Rayleigh stepped aside and looked up at the illuminated sky as the light began to fade. "It's Luffy, somehow," he murmured. "You're saying this is coming from Wano? Do you not realize how insane that sounds?" she shouted. "Daddy! Did Daddy do this?" one of Hancock's daughters murmured. Rayleigh didn't answer the girl and turned his attention back to Gloriosa. "Listen, government forces are coming here. We need to prepare for battle. I want you to protect them. Some other people will be here to guard them during the conflict. We will be on the front lines." He spoke before disappearing. Gloriosa nodded, turning back to the children, answering their questions as they watched the sky slowly return to normal. At the center of all the chaos, there were finally signs that the explosion was coming to an end. The shockwave had finally diminished until it completely disappeared. At last, Luffy began to retract his flame shield as it started to fade away, while the sky gradually calmed again, returning to its dark color with stars shining in a clear, cloudless night. Little by little, everything was returning to normal. Seeing this, Luffy began to fall toward the ground, while the earth around him still trembled, his body landing in the middle of a completely devastated area where Bullet had once stood. Luffy remained silent for a moment as his Ifrit transformation faded, returning to his normal human form. He gazed up at the sky, which appeared somewhat distorted due to the intense temperature variations caused by his flames. Did this affect other islands? Luffy murmured. He knew very well. His attack had been too devastating. But, in the end, it was enough to defeat his enemy. He had no intention of killing him, but he had been forced to use that technique. He doubted Bullet had survived. His body was likely completely disintegrated by the effect of his chaos flames. "Well, there's nothing to do about it now," he murmured, turning his attention toward all of Wano and sensing with his haki the damage the battle had caused. People were still running in fear. Even though they no longer saw any giant beasts, they couldn't be sure if they were truly gone, or if another explosion might suddenly occur and destroy everything. They remained terrified at the mere possibility. Luffy let out a sigh. His gaze shifted back to Onigashima before flexing his knees and launching himself into the sky using Jeppo, intending to return to the island and check on the situation with the rest of his companions. "Luffy!" Lucy couldn't help but cheer upon seeing that her brother had protected the entire country. Then, her gaze fell upon Kaido, who was still in his dragon form. She decided to end this once and for all. "Hey, Kaido! Our fight isn't over yet!" she suddenly exclaimed as she leaped into the sky above Onigashima. Kaido was still staring in shock at the explosion, but then he looked up and saw a massive hand beginning to form. The sky was clear, as the explosion had swept away all the clouds. Lucy didn't try to hide what she was doing. Her hand grew larger and larger until it reached a size equivalent to Onigashima itself, shocking everyone who witnessed it. Given the situation, Kaido felt a little lost at that moment. His entire crew had been defeated. He was surrounded by enemies, yet none of them acted against him, they simply watched the fight. That was, until the explosion from Wano had erupted, even drawing his attention. Kaido had seen part of Luffy and Kaido's battle and couldn't help but be impressed by it. Now, however, he had to face his own opponent. He would not run. With a serious expression, he unleashed his flames. He might lose here, but at the very least, he would fight to the end. And he would fight head-on, without sneak attacks. After all, that was not his way of battling. Then, he began to generate flames, preparing for his final attack. Chapter 479, The Wano War 19. Third-person POV. New word. The last battle remaining was now dedicated to Lucy, who was entering her final clash, finishing her giant hockey-infused fist, while Kaido began to roar, flames rapidly filling the sky above Onigashima, transforming him into a dragon made entirely of fire, 100 times larger than his own body. Luffy arrived at that moment, landing beside Lami and looking up with interest. Before he could react, Hancock rushed toward him and hugged him tightly, pressing her breasts against his face. "Luffy," she exclaimed. "Hancock, calm down," Luffy warned, grabbing her by the waist and gently pulling her away. "Let's first see how Lucy will fare against Kaido." He checked her over, ignoring the heart-shaped eyes, and confirmed that she was unharmed. Hancock hadn't even been injured, which was a relief. Just like his other comrades, none of them were seriously hurt, only bearing some consequences from their battles. "What was that, Luffy?" Lami approached, surprised, noticing a distortion in the sky above Onigashima due to the sun he had created. "I had a powerful opponent, and I had to deal with him as such. He was one of the most powerful people in the world from the old generation. Certainly, I had to go a bit overboard," Luffy murmured. As he spoke, his eyes were already fixed on Lucy, who was preparing her strike, while Kaido rapidly expanded, illuminating the entire sky. "Luffy, tell me." An irritated voice approached him. Bonnie arrived, pointing at the sky, looking at Luffy and staring at the colossal dragon above. "She is. Joy Boy, isn't she?" Her voice was tense, almost nervous. Luffy could understand why Bonnie was like this. "Yes. She is the only one who can transform into him, the ancient god manifested through a fruit," Luffy replied. "Nika? That's a god? Wait, are you saying a god manifested through a fruit?" Lami asked, curious beside him, making Luffy receive many bewildered looks. "Yes. Gomu Gomu no Mi is a false name. The true name of Lucy's fruit is the Hito Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan-type, model, god Nika," he revealed, watching his sister, who was pulling back her enormous fist, preparing to strike Kaido. "A fruit that can transform someone into a god. Should something like that even exist?" Lami murmured, shocked. "Yes. And I bet she's not the only god who has manifested through a fruit. There must be others, and I don't know much about them," Luffy stated. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning struck beside him, as Enel stared at him with narrowed eyes, emerging from his lightning. He had easily overheard the entire conversation from the sky. "You're saying your sister is a god too?" he asked, grumpily. "Yes. She is. She is the god of the sun, of freedom, and of joy. God Nika," Luffy replied. Kaido finally prepared his attack, beginning to spin his immense body before advancing. Lucy also launched her colossal fist, advancing swiftly. In the next moment, the two collided in an explosion of conquerors and armament hockey, without even touching directly. The shockwave reverberated, and Kaido opened his mouth to push back his opponent's fist, while Lucy countered with a colossal punch imbued with hockey. The sky instantly changed color. An intense yellow took over the space as a shockwave spread throughout the region, even shattering the jagged rocks that formed Onigashima's head. Everyone tried to shield themselves from the explosion, while Luffy watched everything with interest. "Come on, Lucy. Win," he commented, cheering for his sister, the wind blowing back his hair, hat, and cape. Although he had initially planned to defeat Kaido, now he wanted to see Lucy emerge victorious. The clash between their hockey continued, creating a battle of sheer strength and willpower. Various parts of the ceiling began to crack and break apart, while the people below tried to escape the impact of the collision, witnessing the intense light generated by Lucy and Kaido's battle, able to see through the opening. "Only Kaido remains," someone exclaimed. "Go, defeat him," another Wano citizen shouted. "Defeat the dragon, please, Straw Hat," some pleaded. Some people couldn't clearly see who was fighting, so they assumed it was Monkey D. Luffy. Despite the strange and gigantic explosion earlier, they couldn't fully understand what was happening, as they were still inside the island. The struggle continued for a while, but finally, someone began to gain the upper hand. Kado's body started to explode as if he were being overwhelmed. He barely had time to react when he realized his fire dragon form was being disintegrated. In the next moment, the giant fist advanced against him. He only had time to glimpse the incoming punch for a few milliseconds, his own thoughts racing, and then the impact was devastating. His body collapsed under the full force of Lucy's haki, which penetrated him completely, forcing his defeat. The dragon, already knocked out, was hurled toward Onigashima and into the sea. Luffy, Lamy, Hancock, Enel, Zoro, Beej, and everyone else watching the battle remained silent as Kado plummeted rapidly, crashing into the ground with an explosion. The impact took many by surprise, and he continued to sink into the depths. "I'll be right back. Lamy, I need your help over there," Luffy said amid the chaos before disappearing under everyone's watchful gaze. In the middle of the destruction, with no time for reactions, Luffy suddenly appeared, using his speed increased by 200 times. To him, everything seemed to move in slow motion as he continued pulling people to safety from the impact zone. However, he couldn't save everyone alone. Fortunately, he knew that someone would soon take action as well. At that moment, Lamy raised her hand and used her room, expanding her influence across the entire island. Quickly, she began rescuing everyone in the path of the debris caused by Kado's fall. A few moments later, Luffy reappeared where he had vanished from. "What was that?" Lamy asked, giving him a suspicious look for going to where Kado had fallen. "Just had to take care of something real quick," he replied casually, offering no further details. Before anyone could react, they all looked up and saw Lucy shrinking her hand back to its normal size. She began to fall, but she was laughing non-stop. "Ha ha! That was so much fun," she exclaimed while still in the air. As she touched the ground, her ability turned the surface into rubber for an instant, allowing her to bounce back up and land softly on the ground. Shortly after, she smiled widely at everyone around her. No one knew exactly how to react to that, but Luffy stepped forward and approached his sister. "You did well, sister," he said with a proud smile. Lucy's smile grew even wider upon hearing that. "You saw that?" she laughed excitedly. "You are Nika!" Bonnie shouted, running toward Lucy as well. Lucy made a confused expression. "No. I'm Lucy," she replied simply. After all, she didn't fully understand the essence of her fruit. Luffy smiled. "Well, looks like we're done here. Aren't you tired?" he asked, already anticipating what would happen next. In the next instant, Lucy started losing her transformation. A white vapor escaped from her mouth as her body returned to normal. I'm so tired," was all she murmured before simply falling backward onto the ground and staying there, exhausted. "What? She just collapsed like that?" Bonnie couldn't believe it, and Luffy started laughing. "Ha ha ha. Let her rest for a bit. She's just exhausted," Luffy explained. This was her first time using that power. He looked at his sister with pride. "But very well, sister, you have certainly become very powerful." Lucy, still tired, managed a faint smile before closing her eyes for a moment, satisfied. "You saw, brother?" "I defeated him," she said with some effort. "Yes, I saw. Now let's inform the others," Luffy replied as he amplified his voice using the Moa Moa no Mi. "Attention, everyone in Onigashima. Listen. Kado of the Beasts has just been defeated. All of the Beasts pirates and the Big Mom pirates have been completely defeated. There are no more fights or threats." Luffy's voice echoed not only through Onigashima but throughout all of Wano and even beyond. Quickly, an explosion of joyful cheers was heard inside Onigashima. The samurai couldn't believe it. Kado's reign over Wano, along with Orochi, had ended. And it had all happened in a single night. Finally, they could be free. Vivi and Nami approached Luffy while Lamy checked on Lucy's condition. Fortunately, she was just exhausted. However, Reiju couldn't heal her, as her ability consumed the stamina of even the opponent she healed less than Marco's fruit, but Lucy's state was already debilitated enough. Luffy, there are no more threats? Nami asked, removing Garuda's wings from her back. Luffy turned to her. I said that so they would hear it too. After all, I want them to come to us. But I don't know what happened to them after the explosion I caused in the sky. After all, the entire sea was disturbed, he responded, reflecting. Still, I want to let the people of Wano celebrate. This is a victory for them. He took a deep breath before continuing. As for the government, we'll deal with them as soon as they launch their attack. For now, let's have a few minutes of celebration and rest. Luffy knew that the government would act against him in some way. While they fought, Enel, with his observation haki far more evolved in long-range sensing than anyone else there, had quickly identified the 800 marine warships approaching. This was the force that the government had sent. Luffy had anticipated that the government wouldn't simply let them fight Kaido and Big Mom without interference, but he was surprised by the force they had deployed. This was far more than a simple buster call. Shifting his gaze away from Nami, Luffy listened to the shouting that echoed through the holes in the castle's ceiling. The people of Wano, seeing Kaido's army defeated, were speechless. At first, they only screamed with emotion. Then, they began crying in relief and happiness. After all, the goal they had dreamed of for the past 20 years had been achieved. We really won. I can't believe it, said one of the red scabbards, tears in his eyes. We avenged Odin. Now his soul can rest in peace beside Toki, said another. I can't believe it. Princess Hiyori murmured, covering her mouth with her hands as tears streamed down her face. Initially, she had placed her trust in her parents' prophecy, but in the end, the prophecy had come true a little earlier than expected. However, it wasn't just that. The fear and panic that had gripped Wano due to the explosions and the battle between Ifrit and the Colossus Bullet had vanished. Now, smiles replaced the frightened faces. The screams of fear were replaced by cheers of celebration. The entire country erupted in festivities. Wano was finally free. They would never again have to live under the shadow of the Beast's pirates. Chapter 480, Post-War Banquet 01. Third-person POV. New word. The celebration continued for a while as people rejoiced on all sides. We won then. We freed Wano, brother. Lucy, hearing the celebrations, said while still being treated by Lami, flashing a smile at Luffy with his group gathered around. Yes, Lucy, we showed our strength and secured our position on the seas. No one can doubt anymore that we have become the most powerful pirates in the world at this moment. Luffy said that naturally no one could challenge them now, having just emerged from a war against two Yonko groups and fighting against three beings of the same level. Yamato defeated Big Mom, Lucy defeated Kaido, and Luffy defeated Bullet. That last fight had been unexpected, and Luffy hadn't even wanted to kill him, but he had no choice. He still had some plans, besides truly wanting to fight that legendary figure, and that left him quite satisfied. That's why he challenged him in Impel Down and wanted to fight him a year later in the New World when he invaded the prison in search of his sister. Finally, Yamato stood in a corner, her eyes opening as a smile appeared on her face. She had finally achieved her dream and goal of freeing Wano. She had nurtured that goal since childhood, ever since reading Odin's journal, assuming a version of Odin within herself. Even though it was a bit immature of her to claim to be Odin, she still had the burning desire to make Wano shine and open its borders, and now, everything was leading to that. She stood admiring the landscape from afar, observing the darkness around while Luffy's flames still burned in the region of Ringo, illuminating all of Wano up to Onigashima as marks of the battle between Luffy and Bullet. So, should we wait for the next fight to begin, Demon? Enel said to Luffy, as everyone started gathering around them. Luffy turned to him with a small smile. Well, let's wait for now. After all, a new challenge is approaching. We haven't lost any of our main members, but even so, many were injured, and we lost a few thousand soldiers, even though we achieved a crushing victory against our enemies. Luffy responded, bringing a finger to his chin in a thoughtful gesture. Reiju, I want you to heal as many as you can with your flames. Lami, transfer everyone here along with Chopper so he can begin the treatment. Luffy ordered, while Lami teleported Reiju to the devastated battlefields, and those she couldn't save would be transferred to the roof of Onigashima. I also want you to bring all the defeated pirates who aren't dead and bring them here. I need Cavendish to restrain them all, and I need the user of the storage Nomi. Luffy said as Lami finished treating Lucy, using her powers to teleport all the defeated pirates except for a few. Quickly, the place filled with bodies in a separate area from the allies. Cavendish was surprised to be there. Put these sea stone cuffs on all the devil fruit users, and regular cuffs on those who aren't, but reinforce them with stronger restraints for the major devil fruit users. Luffy instructed, pulling a bundle of small objects from his pocket and tossing them, instantly transforming them into an entire mountain of all kinds of cuffs. Cavendish just nodded, and the next moment, his appearance began to change, a grin spreading across his face, causing some around him to react with slight grimaces. Not that they hadn't seen this before, but it was always a bit bizarre for those watching. In the next moment, he started running rapidly among the restrained and unconscious bodies, beginning to wrap them in all sorts of chains and cuffs. Lord Luffy, do you want me to store everything? Asked a member of Bartolomeo's crew who had the storage fruit. That's right. Everyone being cuffed should be placed in a separate space until I say otherwise. I'm sure you have room for all of them, right? Luffy asked while the transformed Cavendish was already securing thousands of them in a short time, though it would still take a while to finish. Yes, Lord Luffy, he said, nodding and beginning to do exactly that. They continued as more and more people started emerging from the hole in the ceiling created by Lucy while fighting Kaido, and her main crew members also joined them. We're done here, Luffy. But we have to deal with them, Usopp said, placing a massive magnifying glass over his eye, looking more than 10 kilometers away. I'll take care of the wounded, Chopper shouted, running towards those Reiju couldn't heal with the Phoenix Flames, quickly beginning to wrap them in bandages. Yes. Well, does anyone want some loot while we're at it? Luffy asked, pulling out some barrels from his personal stash. Of course, Captain. Zoro immediately stepped forward. Hey, you're already drinking? Kuina approached them at that moment as well. You say that as if you're actually surprised by it, Yuta commented, walking towards them with a smile, while her two tails swayed behind her. Luffy-sama. At that moment, Bartolomeo came running toward Luffy, tears of pride streaming down his face. But before he could get close, Hancock kicked him away. What do you think you're doing? She said angrily, before sitting beside Luffy and instantly transforming into a love-struck woman. Luffy, let me serve you, she said excitedly. Sure, Luffy replied, as Hancock's eyes turned into two hearts. They seem pretty relaxed, even with a force as great as the government's waiting for us outside Wano. Nojiko said, approaching her sister and laughing a little at the scene unfolding in front of them. Usopp joined them as well, and Hugo approached shortly after Jinbei. Looks like we have some time, Jinbei said. Luffy, do you have any cola? Frankie walked up with heavy steps due to his body. Woof woof. Chaochu appeared at that moment, barking at them. Nay. I think I'll prepare some takoyaki for everyone, Hachi said, appearing as well. Hey, Beppo. Bring the ship over here, Luffy requested as the bear had just arrived too. But before Beppo could respond, since the ship was docked at the entrance of the island where the first battles took place, Lami made her move, causing Black Pearl to appear near them as the ground trembled from the impact. Now we have food to make something, Luffy said, while Hachi nodded and headed toward the ship to start preparing things. I think I can help too. Reiju came from the side of Onigashima, flying quickly through the sky as she headed toward the ship's kitchen, having already taken care of the wounded that could still be saved with her flames. Yahohoho. Does anyone have milk for me? Brook appeared as well, laughing. Here. Luffy pulled out a fresh supply from his pocket and tossed it to him. More drinks, my love? Hancock sat beside Luffy as she asked, offering a bottle of expensive alcohol made from Whiskey Peak. Sure, he said calmly. Wait a minute. Aren't you going to say anything else about Nika? Bonnie approached Luffy, pointing her finger at him, demanding more explanations. Food. Lucy murmured from the ground, as her stomach started growling clearly. She didn't care much about Bonnie's questions. All she wanted now was to eat. Bonnie heard that and clenched her teeth, wanting to know more. Seeing Luffy not even paying attention to her frustrated her even more. Hey, tell me, she demanded. Just relax, we have some time to eat before we go back to fighting. Why are you in such a hurry? If you want to use your future distorting powers, just transform into whatever you saw when you watched Lucy fight. Luffy shrugged. Food is ready. Reija stepped out of the ship with a gigantic platter of food while Hachi was just finishing grilling his takoyakis. But Bonnie tried to speak, but someone jumped behind her. Food. Lucy instantly sprang up from the ground, rushing toward Reija's enormous platter, leaving Bonnie completely lost. Looks like things ended up this way. Vivi couldn't help but murmur as she watched the scene in front of her. They certainly will always be like this. Robin also arrived, laughing with a hand over her mouth as she watched the feast unfold right on the same battlefield where they had fought. While they were eating and drinking, more and more crew members started arriving. Alvida jumped into Luffy's arms, almost making him spill his drink. My husband, she said in a sweet tone, while Hancock, sitting beside him, looked furious, her eyes turning white and steam puffing out of her nose like an enraged bull. My husband. I defeated my sister for you. Lola also appeared at that moment, clinging to Luffy's back. My husband. Shirahoshi also flew toward Luffy, pressing his head against her chest. As Hancock seemed to grow increasingly jealous of the situation, Luffy found himself unable to continue drinking as women clung to him from all possible angles. Baby 5, Rebecca, Perona, Monet, and Domino also approached, walking closer and observing as the group surrounded him. What is this, already drinking like this? Perona complained, floating above Luffy. Master, do you want me to serve you? Baby 5 asked. No, I am serving him, Hancock protested and demanded, as both she and Baby 5 seemed to shoot lightning bolts at each other with their eyes. Luffy mumbled, his voice muffled as no one could understand him, his face still pressed against Shirahoshi's chest. Brother, try this. Lucy appeared with a piece of meat. Luffy responded. Are you sure? It'll be gone soon. Lucy seemed to understand her brother perfectly. I think I'll drink too. Ha 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 ha. Yamato also wanted to celebrate their victory, sitting down where the drinks were being served. Looks like things turned out this way. Nami murmured. Let's go join them too. Nojiko pulled her sister along as they sat down, with Reiju placing the enormous platter in the center of the group, right beside Luffy's alcohol stash. Hachi also started handing out his takoyakis to everyone. I think this calls for some good music, like a victory celebration. Brook suggested, pulling his guitar from a portal to the underworld. We're done here. Cavendish returned to normal as he walked over to Luffy. The captain of the Straw Hats finally managed to free himself from the mermaid's embrace, looking around with a smile as he saw the user of the storage Nomi placing the last captives in the separate space. Great, now join us. Luffy ordered. The sound of the guitar began with Brook, while Yuta joined in to sing. In an instant, the moment after the war turned into a massive banquet. Even though the entire battlefield was in ruins, the Straw Hats looked as cheerful as ever, all gathered together after the battle. Meanwhile, their enemies were still recovering from the destruction left behind by the fights. They had no idea that the targets they expected to find weakened were, in reality, laughing and celebrating just as they always did, just like they had throughout most of their journey, whenever it was time for a feast. That wraps up this part of What If There Was a Different Luffy. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. Just a quick reminder, this story, What If There Was a Different Luffy, is going on hold soon as we have almost caught up with the author. So once again, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what the next project should be here on the channel. I'm currently considering these 3 fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in One Piece world? What if Reborn is Gohan in future timeline? Let me know which one you'd like to see next by voting in the poll. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.